Hello, everybody. Welcome to the We Like Dota League 2024 Diadem Division Grand Finals. We've got Putting the R in RD2L versus Yuki no Fukushu in the best of 5 battle to decide it all. I'm Whitehawk. I'm joined by Sterling tonight.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm alright. I'm ready for some high octane, top level We Like Dota.
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Absolutely. This is going to be an absolute blast. These teams, the best of the best, very much looking forward to seeing what they're bringing to the table for this grand finals. And we are right into the draft. Yuki opening up with the Nyx Assassin ban. RD2L respond with the Spirit Breaker.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense based on what we've seen. There's a couple of clutch games. I believe that Buttery Greg. No. Sorry, it wasn't. It was H. H exclamation or what were we calling him before in the group stage?
I think often just H. I also am a fan of Hexclamation because that's how their Twitch name, the exclamation, is written out.
That's like a much better one than H. So Hexclamation, fantastic for performance on both the Nyx Assassin and I think the Spirit Breaker as well, but makes more sense for the Yuki no Fukushu constantly run at you lineup, which, and I think Death Ball is also a bit of their strategy and thinking. But in the grand finals, who knows what happens? I think this first game will be a bit of a tell as to how the teams gauge each other and size up against each other. Because as we saw earlier in the playoff run for both of these teams, they were able to take games off of each other.
Radiant team ban.
So,
yep,
it means that there's more than a fighting chance here, I would say, for the side of Yuki no Fukushu, who had to fight through the lower bracket to get to this point. And putting the RD2L, who looked really strong in group stage, but they did drop games to a couple of teams in the top bracket, so definitely not without flaw.
For sure. The last time these teams met, they went 2-1 in the upper bracket final. Group stage, it looks like Putting the R and RD2L did win all 4 of their group stage matches against Yuki.
Mm-hmm. I think they lost one to Mongrels, or at least another team, like a couple, maybe 2 teams.
Yeah.
Pretty small division, obviously, this Diadem division, but we saw a decent amount of competition, which geared up towards the end of the season. And Primal Beast, first pick in this game 1. How do you feel like that sizes up as a first pick? I mean, it's obviously a strong core in a lot of games, but
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think that there's a lot of flexibility in picking her like against it still?
Yeah, I feel like it's a very telling opener that Yuki want to play a pretty aggressive game here, but it's not a hero without counters. Like Clockwork is one of the most popular. They're going to pick up a Lifestealer, so maybe expecting even more durable heroes. That's also kind of a surprising hero to see right out the gate. But they know that they want to be able to deal with at least one tanky hero, and so they're going to go for kind of like the top of the meta anti-tank, anti-carry hero right now in the Lifestealer.
Yeah, we've seen a resurgence of this hero. I feel like it is kind of surpassed Faceless Void as the have a good lane and don't care about things hero.
Mm-hmm.
better than Juggernaut. It's kind of like comparison. And it's kind of funny to see this into Primal Beast because I believe that the Primal Beast Ultimate Pulverize still goes through BKB and like spell immunity,
Yeah.
debuff immunity. But I think that they value so much the ability to just disengage from the trample and to be debuff immune that it makes sense to just kind of snap this up first pick. I mean, you're also in the position of picking
10 seconds
without
remaining.
really much information and into a lot of bans. So to
5
get
seconds
this
remaining.
pick secured for Buttery Greg, who we've seen execute pretty flawlessly on Juggernaut and other carry heroes, kind of even in dire circumstances, I think it makes sense to just lean into the comfort of your best player,
Yep.
arguably.
When they follow it up with the Disruptor getting into the second phase of picks, this guy was a big winner at Birmingham.
Yeah. This is like a team with, again, like something like a 500 MMR differential, probably trying to abuse meta on the pro level. I think this kind of opener makes perfect sense for
10
pro
seconds
teams
remaining.
and the highest of pubs. And
5
you know
seconds remaining.
got to give it to them. These kids, they got points, they got MMR,
Yep.
they know what they're talking about. And Yuki are kind of the out of the box thinkers in this draft, at least. And Claire believes that they've got just kind of a solid path towards victory in picking these meta staples.
Yeah, on the flip side, we've got Yuki picking up the Lion into the Hoodwink. So they're going to grab the kind of the two position 4 heroes that were dominating the beginning of this league. Both have eaten some nerfs since then, but they're certainly still quite strong.
It's kind of an interesting idea to me because I don't think that the Primal and the Hoodwink love being paired up next to each other necessarily, but they're kind of diametrically opposite enough that if you shut down the Primal Beast game, you probably are not shutting down like the Hoodwink's game directly. So you kind of picked like two soft cores almost, like expecting a Primal Beast to have a kind of a mediocre game and maybe Hoodwink picks up the slack elsewhere. But yeah, it's very like reminiscent of teams like again like 2-4 players.
Yep. They're going to grab the Tusk for themselves. Gives you a good save to potentially scoop somebody out of the Primal Beast ult, especially if there's a sharpshooter getting charged up behind them. They're also going to pick up the Centaur here. Get themselves some nice disable going. That'll likely be their 3 and 4.
10 seconds remaining.
I think that I mean, it's probably the offlane duo. I think Tusk doesn't mind laning with a Lifestealer, considering it gets a good lane. But the thing that's screaming out to me is that this is a team that likes to be able to run away on the side of Yuki no Fukushu. And putting the RD2L picked a draft which is inescapable, essentially.
Yeah.
Right? They have BKB Piercing Stun, they have Glimpse, they have Stampede, they have Snowball, they have Kick, like all, even in like Ags Infest, which you have to assume is kind of the build in this like team fight slow burn play style, is probably what they're leaning into, considering the few series against Yuki they have had previously, right? Most memorably, V or 8888, the mid player for Yuki, has had a couple of runaway games on things like Huskar, Kunkka, aggressive mid laners that dominate the early game and try to snowball. And then if you are able to take and win those team fights when they come knocking on the T2 or high ground, putting the R and R2L, been able to swing the momentum in the other direction. So I think they're looking to play off of like, not 1v5ing, but swinging these fights in their direction, not necessarily having like full blast momentum from the get-go, though they certainly have the potential still.
For sure.
That game state probably looks a lot sloppier for you. We're imagining that both of these teams are here to perform and be excellent today.
Oh yeah.
And we see the Huskar ban in putting the R and RD2L, so they definitely are cognizant of that play style that Yuki like, and they want to kind of make them get more creative already.
Yes, let's see. We've got the Huskar ban from Pudding. It looks like they're expecting the Primal to be in the off lane. Certainly can easily go into either the mid or off lane.
Radiant
Yeah, they've
team
kept it
back.
intentionally flexible, I think, so that these picks so that these bans have to be targeted, right?
Hmm.
Um, Otherwise, like, uh, it becomes obvious. Now, theoretically, they could pick an offlaner if they really liked one against the lifestealer, but I
10
think that
seconds
they're
remaining.
probably fine just having Primal Beast, like, even cut waves or farm. Now
5
he can,
seconds remaining.
because lifestealer is just one of those heroes that you're probably
Radiant
not going to
team
pressure.
Yeah.
Unless you decide to pick a Slardar, which, hell, is probably just in the mid lane again anyway, based off of the current meta shenanigans.
Yeah. New Phase Boots Orchid Slardar.
I do like the concept on their team. Like, they do lack a little bit of that, like,
10
silence. I want
seconds
something that
remaining.
stops the disruptor from doing things, and something
Hmm.
that stops the lifestealer from infesting, or the
5
tusk from
seconds remaining.
snowball saving, right? Like, there's a lot of things that actually could be silenced and not stunned necessarily in this game. But Yuki does not currently offer that. So maybe it's something as simple as like a DP in the mid lane that has AoE silence, that offers tower pressure that they kind of lack, a little bit of like a team fight centering force, so that way they can safely disengage, and if they glimpse one hero, you live with that and you move on, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like you can kind of return safely with the team. um I feel like they lack a centering presence if this primal beast does not get out of control in the game pretty quickly.
Yeah. And I feel like with the tools like the Glimpse and the Snowball, they're probably looking for something else with some decent mobility, or that's going to get a Blink Dagger early. Like, something that's just going to help make sure that they can stick somebody onto these supports and bring them down before they like take over a team
Sure.
fight.
Team pick.
Sure.
Ooh,
And
or
it's
the exact opposite.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Primal can kind of do either for you, but it can't do both. So you can play the
Mhm.
initiator, or you can play the centering force and go this like Ags Shiva is like, I'm big badass, come fight me, almost like Bristleback level
10 seconds
Yeah.
play. Or he can play initiating, and here
5
I
seconds
I don't
remaining.
like the sniper pick. I'll put it out there. It does stay out of range of a lot of the stuff that I have, but only for so long. And there's like the problem with this game in sniper is that I don't think there's like enough threat of you just walking at the sniper, if that makes sense. Like, Jug's gonna commit Omni Slash onto you.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, that's like there's a lot of stuff that sucks, but not that bad to run through. There's only so much you can
Choose
do.
your
And again, they
hero.
just pick another jump hero. They're like, hell
Yeah.
yeah, sniper. Yeah, we'll pick 3 jump heroes and a glimpse alt, like disruptor. Like,
Oh yeah. It's
good luck.
like, yeah, how do you ever stop this disruptor in any of these fights? And like
It's
there's you have Centaur and Axe for the lifesteal and Tusk for the lifestealer to ride in. Like you need to deal so much damage to cut through all of these heroes, and you're going to be taking so much damage back in the process now with Centaur and Axe.
so 2 things. I didn't think about this, but I can't remember if it's the Yuki team that has the really greedy 4.
5
And so
seconds
maybe
remaining.
this is like it's like a hoodwinker sniper 4, and they're like gonna be a lot more impactful in starting and doing stuns and stuff in these fights. But like,
Mm-hmm.
Miss Snow is the 5. This is definitely gonna be a 5 line. It's gonna be a while before Blink, and Miss Snow is talented, incredibly so, but it's gonna be tough for her to be at kind of like the singular initiator and disruptor of these fights. V most likely playing from the mid lane. Although I think that they do occasionally swap it, but traditionally. So we don't have any. I don't have any thoughts on hats. I feel like everybody looks beautiful, except for that ugly naked tusk. So
Yeah, nothing
give
on the
it to
Tusk for
Yuki.
Hexclamation, so yeah, it's got to go to Yuki.
I think a singular common or uncommon glove and maybe hook, but really, really
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, it yeah, Sniper is just such a polarizing hero, and while he's good right now, I don't necessarily think that he's good enough to ward off uh this like opposing team. And at the end of the day, like again, I anticipate that Buttery Greg is a good enough player to know that this is probably an Ags game. Uh, and like, what do you do? What do you do if your sniper gets infested with by a lifestealer. Like you're not living.
No. If your sniper gets infested, you're kind of just watching him die and then hoping to kill the lifestealer when he pops out. But yeah, overall, I'm definitely favoring putting the R in RD2L's draft. But we'll see if Yuki can come out here and surprise us. See, no smokes yet, but Pudding are staying quite a bit closer together for the moment. Bork gonna get some early vision up in the top lane, set things up there.
Yeah, the one thing I will give this Yuki team is that I think they have like fairly comparable vision play, right? Like a Hoodwink is extremely valuable. Primal, even like these Lion Sniper heroes are really valuable
30
in
seconds to battle.
being able to play around and have advantageous fights in your vision. If you have instant disables, they pair really well with these extended ranges of vision or like momentary blips of vision, so that way you can kind of make plays off of anything and sort of spark magic that you're going to need in order to bring this series home and be crowned the winners of We Like Dota and We Like Dota League 2024.
The battle begins.
It's like, as the high fives go out, everybody just gonna sit on the safe runes. Nothing spicy to start things off. Both of these teams starting off the best of 5 with some caution. Looks like it will be 8888 taking the Primal into the off lane with Bork on the support, Shun playing Sniper in the mid lane, Claire on the mid Sniper. Or mid on Centaur.
Yeah, I was about to say that is a bit of a surprise for me, but I was kind of expecting the Axe to go
Yeah.
to the mid lane, but Fichet, I mean, it's good against the Jug, right? Like that is one thing.
Yeah.
We didn't really talk about is that it does bring like a bit of a scary matchup to Yuki's face pretty early.
Yeah, I think I like this core like 1-to-1 lane matchup better for putting with the Axe up against the Jug and the Centaur against the Sniper. Because yes, Centaur already with 1 point in Retaliate, it's just going to be so much harder for Shun to harass, and it's going to make it really easy for Claire to just sit here, whereas an Axe has a similar ability, but you got to be right up next to him, so it's kind of plays a little nicer into the Sniper.
Yeah, super underrated like thing playing against the Sniper that's an annoying mid hero right now. I feel like Mars, Centaur, these heroes that make it so that way Sniper just doesn't want to right click you and you just kind of defeat the purpose of the hero and get to focus on like actually right clicking Sniper, which is not all that hard when you're able to do it intentionally. Oh, and Ward brings down the Disruptor in the top lane, very cheeky, just level 2. With the Blightstone and Blood Grenade that he had in his inventory, was able to smack that Disruptor a lot harder than Stonks was expecting. Sorry, I didn't know what their name was, but Stonks was not what I was expecting. I believe that's, I don't know, I think it was another one.
Yeah, everybody on Yuki just about, except the Sniper, sitting at not a ton of health. These side lanes, they're doing alright. I mean, they just picked up the kill, of course.
They're
definitely feeling the pressure.
Yeah. I think H is probably going to be the one to move first. Already, like, kind of eyeing the snow.
Yep. Now stepping up with the tag team. Wafts has to go into the spin. The snow. Ooh, that blood grenade does connect to the end of the spin. It doesn't look like it'll quite be enough damage to bring down the Juggernaut, but this guy is not going to be enjoying their time now. It's at the top of the last hit so far, though, by a little bit of a margin. So far this lane for Wafts has been going alright, but as the levels go up on the Axe and Tusk, I think we're going to keep seeing these pressure plays from them.
Yeah, it feels like a long way to level 4 and that healing ward point for Waft. I feel like it may be a bit of a miscalculation to go for the blade dance so early in this lane. I tend to kind of just prefer the security of a little bit of health
Yeah.
in that W, personally. But especially since you're going to be taking consistent pressure from the axe or being forced to spin, and H is going to pull the wave, which is going to make Wops take a bunch of damage underneath the tower. Doesn't have a wave to tank. He's gonna have to get 4 the hard way. And H, 2 seconds to ice shards. Looking.
Yep.
Bo show.
Considering setting up on the snow again.
Nah, they're gonna let Mr. Fichet heal up and then consider their moves.
Yep.
Probably the call to happen.
A little bit of contest over the large camp up top. There's going to be a glimpse back on 888. He's getting fairly low.
Yeah, this Primal Beast is feeling kind of pathetic, especially until Boots. I guess kind of was forced to rush a little bit of life to live top, you know, like needed some HP so that way when the glimpse happens you can still be in lane, even if it has level 2 glimpse already, but kind of miserable existence, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, and Buttery Greg, I think, had recently been near the bottom of the last hits and now has jumped up to the top. So, off of that little exchange at the camp, taking quite a bit of advantage. And on the other side, 888, yeah, forced to walk all the way back to base. Gonna be TPing back up. We'll have to be careful of that glimpse upon arrival.
Oh, this is so scary.
No, they're being patient.
Wops didn't split the XP with Miss Snow properly, and now they're a level behind, don't have healing ward, and there's a huge wave against an X. You could theoretically pressure this.
Oh, yeah.
Get the starts. Even and a pull on the camp as well. This is dangerous.
Up top, Buttery Greg getting brought pretty low, but able to rage and walk away. And now, yeah, here comes the rotation from Hexclamation, camped out on the damage Amperoon, gonna pick it up. And look to wrap around. There's no ward here for Shun. Oh. Yeah, they take advantage of the Tusk's absence.
Yeah, they pay for it for sure. And not able to capitalize on the sniper because of the day vision, but saying that, they make the move with level 6 on.
Yeah, Stampede in. Bork is going to make the rotation, gets a nice bushwhack on it too. Now Hexclamation's the one falling low. Claire going to try to TP away right into the tower. Now gets pulled into the snowball to cancel the TP, and they're both going to go down. Stonks is looking to clean up, but just gives away another kill to the sniper. Oh no.
I'm confused why they pulled them into the snowball. I was gonna flame them for doing it, and then they didn't hold off on it. I was like, okay, they're smart. And then I thought the disruptor showing up was on their team, so like I thought on the enemy team, so I like understood it for a second, but no, it didn't make any sense. That was disastrous.
Yeah.
Throwing 3 kills the way of this sniper who is now.
Yeah. Sets up Miss Snow to go steal the Wisdom Rune as well.
Under attack.
Wow. What a play.
Yeah, beautiful rotation from Bork there. It's now down bot, looking to connect onto Wafts. Oh,
wow.
Not quite enough from the Healing Ward. Oh, but up top. It's both carries going down. Like under the tower, 888 brings down Buttery Greg as well.
Wow. I mean, I think most things are going this way. To Yuki's way.
Yeah.
So thus far, Miss Snow even got to pick up a kill on Mr. Fichet. War the Sex is going well in the bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
But there are stacks that Stonks is making, investing, if you will, in the top jungle, and planted a ward to secure them, making sure that the Primal Beast can't take a cheeky stack, which they, you know, if they notice, they very easily could with level 3 and a Pulverize.
Yep. Especially with that tower down, that would be opening up that avenue, but it looks like Mr. Fichet going to come right over. make sure those get cleaned up. The help from Thunderstrike from Stonks.
And Claire has a Vanguard that's, but is currently being targeted in the mid lane by a pack of very short heroes bent on bringing down Centaur, angrily screaming that Centaurs actually have 2 rib cages and are abomination to humanity.
Now 888 getting gone on, but off of the kill in the mid lane, they're going to rotate over, and the snipe connects and brings down Buttery Greg. Hexclamation with the nice shards to be able to block them off, but Shun, already waiting on the other side, picks up a kill, and Yuki off to now quite the start in this game, number 1. 5k net worth lead at 9 minutes.
4-0 on the sniper.
Yep.
That's scary. I mean, and I would say that means that sniper is not going to mean anything for a while, but did just go a Dragon Lance straight up, not even like a Maelstrom, so actually kind of clicks hard. And
yeah.
It's like vaguely annoying. Like if they want to stay in a fight, they will be clicking. Not that they have a way out of the fight, but damn, they're so far back.
Yeah, I feel it. And yeah, 888 right on near behind the tower, gets the Pulverize on top of both supports. Stampede to try to get them out. Sharpshooter connects in. Centaur backing away. Mr. Fisher trying to step up. Miss Snow is there with the stun. Glimpse back on 888. Stonks and Claire just forced to keep their distance. So it's just another kill for Yuki. Nothing given up.
These fights are fascinating. I didn't even really conceive of this in the drafting stage. But think about it, they picked Hoodwink, Sniper, Primal Lion because of their range.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Hoodwink is able to like basically tag on to the Assassinate if you are able to coordinate it well, and you have kind of like not a global but an extended range kill combo.
Yeah.
You know, add that onto a Lion when Blink comes out, or even with you know, some of the talents or whatever that go into this Earth Spiker. I've seen insane ranges, is what I'm trying to say, out of this hero. So really impressed me that they were able to take that fight so confidently.
Yeah.
And take on the T1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously any team is going to enjoy a start like this, but I feel like this is exactly what this Yuki draft is kind of built to do. Because, like, you have all these hyper-tanky heroes on the side of Pudding. You have these heroes with the potential to jump your backline. But when you get off to this early lead, these tanky heroes aren't going to feel so tanky. Oh, nice hop with the Sharpshooter. Does get glimpsed back, but now here comes that snipe from the low ground. Hexclamation just going to be able to limp away. Meanwhile, 888 setting up on Claire. Going to onslaught in, and Shun's right there to bring in the damage. Pulverize onto the Centaur means there's no running away, and they'll pick up that kill. Yeah, this is such a crazy kill squad that if they keep moving around the map like this, it's super scary.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing about Sniper, is that he's kind of evolved into a bit of a death like ball hero. Like if he wants to, he can be annoying pretty quickly. He's no longer like this late game high ground menace all the time.
Mhm.
Obviously always is, but you know, that's not his only role anymore.
Yeah. It's like the backup plan now.
Yeah.
Oh, and this
Fishay
smoke up towards Mr. Fishay.
Definitely gonna get caught.
Oh yeah, there is absolutely no way you're surviving any of this.
Yeah, it's a dead axe. They've done just like such a fantastic job of playing together through this early game, where I think they kind of had maybe a harder to execute draft, or one that you know, in many ways both these teams want to play from ahead. But if you give Buttery Greg the start, I don't think you get the lead back, if you feel what I'm saying. Like, he's a very, very confident carry player that is able to use those items effectively. So the best way to shut down good players is to screw them over early in the game and kind of stop their growth, right? So they've done a fantastic job of doing that. He still does not have a finished item, by the way. It's 13 minutes into the game. He is still short of the armlet. Not insane, but definitely not where you were hoping to be in this game. And you know, they first picked that hero, that lifestealer. So I would say that RD2L definitely on the back foot here, especially 7k net worth lead.
Radiant's bottom
going the
tower
opposite way.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
But they're making moves. They're going bottom. They're trying things.
Yeah. They are getting some pressure out here on the map. Sharpshooter, oh, that's already into the pulverize. It's going to be fully charged. Gonna look to stampede away. Does actually manage to dodge out. But, oh, the snipe, not quite enough. Assassinate comes through.
The primal beast accidentally destroyed the tree.
Yep.
Allowing the stampede to continue.
Yeah, I noticed that seemed like a unusually short bushwhack.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that sucks. And Stonks is still not level 6. Is TP'd to the Wisdom Rune. TP'd from the enemy's side into his side of the base, so that way, or the map, so that way he could get level 6, so they can actually make moves.
Is under attack.
Yeah. And this Static Storm is huge. Like, this is a very big level 6 for them to be able to pick up. It's going to really help them break up these fights. As Buttery Greg squaring off with Wafts. Does have the Diffusal finished on top of the Midas, but... Oh, they're going to see the Infested Skeleton. 888 gets the pop out, trampling forward. Not going to be willing to chase under tower.
The Infested Skeleton was so funny! Oh my god, I had to hold my breath. I have never seen that before. I don't know what I was expecting. I'm sorry. Anyway, great escape from Buttery Greg, who I thought was going to bring down the Lifestealer, or the Juggernaut, until they placed the Healing Word on high ground.
Yeah.
Another cheeky play. We have some cheeky lads coming out today.
Yeah. Yeah, 888 goes right in behind the tower and tramples down Stonks before the glimpse goes off.
Dire's bottom tower.
Smoke up from Hexclamation, try to get some vision control back in their buy angle. The Snow, though, looking to deny that. Snipe comes through, pulverize, they'll just push R. All of them will push R on R and RD2L and blow up the Tusk.
Yeah, vision has mattered so much in this early gameplay. Now, what do you think about like Centaur and Axe have both elected to go plate mills?
Oh.
Ultimate, but it's still finished.
Yeah, this Primal just tears apart the Disruptor.
What do you think of the double blade mill purchases being made on the cores of RD2L?
I think it feels necessary at this point, right? Like, they're both good heroes for it. The heroes are going to build similar kits a lot of the time anyway, and with all of the nuke coming out, all of the long-range damage, like, if you don't have the tools to get on top of these heroes, you need some way to punish them for going on you. As Miss Snow setting up on Buttery Greg in the jungle, and just gets denied. There was an Assassinate coming out, but it's not there in time. The
Satyr Assassin.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
I missed if that was, like, clever use of armlet toggling. A bit, yeah. It did lose 32 HP right before dying.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yuki just continuing to hold up the pressure here.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Like, even Wafts now. Wafts was, like, the one hero still playing on the Radiant side of the map, and now he's just farming up all of this safe farm that Buttery Greg would like to be getting.
Yeah, that is one of the complaints about Lifestealers. You can kind of absorb a lot of the farm that is in front of you. But if
they found the Hoodwink, but turns around, gets the Bushwhack. They do bring down the Squirrel eventually. Shun now is set up on the two supports. Exclamation trying to help bring them down, and here comes the Infest. The stun is there, and the Snipe goes through. Shun trying to get away from Buttery Greg. Lifestealer trying to walk this down, getting slowed up. Now goes into the rage. Shun tries to turn and shoots. Will finally get brought down, but it's at the cost of every single hero on the side of Pudding.
That was
Dire's
a
middle tower
hilarious
is under
fight.
attack.
It started with a bit of bowling
Structures are fortified.
from the side of 8, who got a nice three-person stun, followed by a couple of others. Wops went for a little bit of an Omni-slash dance onto the creep camp, and then Lifestealer was last man standing, just clicking away until they barely take out the sniper, the only kill of their team. Their only spoils. The only thing they have to look, back on.
Yeah.
A little.
It is quite a bit of gold into the pocket of Buttery Greg.
Take that as tribute.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely take that if you're the Lifestealer. You're just not very happy about it, right?
Yeah.
You're closer to the Radiance, but at what cost?
Right.
At what cost, Greg? They were at your high ground before 20 minutes. They have a 13k net worth lead.
Yeah, it is tough for putting here.
That assassinate, the Ags did work in that fight. Oh my god.
Yeah,
and then also a bit of a accidental assist from the ice shards, cutting Greg off from the sniper and allowing him to take out the supports in a timely manner.
Oh, Mr. Fishay gets the solo kill on Wafts. So I think there's your answer on the Blade Mail. Now they're going to look to hunt forward for more. Trying to set up, but Claire getting blocked off, and now 888 charges through Finger of Death. They drop the Static Storm, but it's not enough. Now Mr. Fishay call onto both supports. Gets one dunk, gets hexed up before another, but they will be able to finish off the kill. 888 trying to keep these supports at bay. Blink away from Hexclamation. This is a good fight for putting. This is kind of the first good fight they've had of the game.
These fights are so funny. Because even there, like, the Lion probably lives, if not for an illusion wound the sniper accidentally took that set off a couple of the counter helixes.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? How is that what killed you?
Yeah.
Of all things. You seemed like you were getting out. Yeah, these fights have been really, really tight, but definitely I think the best turnaround. Definitely like a 2 or 3k. Total swing, I'd say, including the farm momentum, taking a couple of heroes off the map for a while. Like it's the first breath of air they've had. And speaking of which, the Glimpse is really doing a lot of work here, and the fact that they were able to ground ward and maintain it. That's what they've been lacking in most of these fights, and now they have 2 wards and like just far enough away that you'll never catch them with a single sentry. So they will at least have the one in the middle of the lane if they try to bark. Or storm down center field, middle lane, however you may refer to that place in the map where we all call home when we want to fight. And speaking of which, smoke out from the Dire behind Claire, cheeky.
Yep.
Cheeky lads over here.
Kind of fake that they have less heroes here than they really do. Claire hitting away on these creeps, waiting for someone to take the jump. The jump on a Centaur is, even with this kind of lead, not the best prospect. Instead, they're going to look over towards Shun. They get the blink call. They've got the BKB finish on Mr. Fishay. Claire connects. There's an amplified damage room there that gets denied by Shun. And now Wops is in with the Omni Slash. Shun trying to escape. The Bushwhack is there in the Static Storm, though. Mr. Fishay gets brought down, but finally the Snowball connects. Shun is going to get punched up into the air. Now 888 is in to connect onto Stonks as well. Hexclamation and Bork squaring off, and Bork is the one winning that fight. Oh my goodness. 888 charging forward now. Gets the Pulverize onto Claire. Buttery Greg going to look for the TP away. Do they have a cancel ready? They do not. So will be able to escape, but off of their own smoke. They trade 4 for 1.
What is this goofy ass game? Like again, I don't. When in the world has a sniper at 22 minutes into the game been caught with his pants down against 5-man smoke or whatever, like, BKB on the enemy team, and then just walked away.
Yeah.
And gotten kills in return. Like, I don't know, like, did eventually come down, but oh my god. The sniper is having the game of his life.
Up top, they get a glimpse back on 888, who's a little low on mana. They're just all standing around. This guy's so tanky. Gets called out of the onslaught, so no chance to charge away, and the dunk comes through from Mr. Fishy. That's another big kill. 8 kill streak goes the way of Pudding.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic game for Primal as well. Went for that Shiva's Blade Mail build, being a bit of that like centering force, that tanky hero, because again they've had so many great fights just start off of a bushwhack or a lion stun blink now out. Like there's plenty of initiation options, and half the time RD2L is walking and stumbling into fights they don't even know they don't want to take.
Yeah, speaking of, yeah, smoke
breaks,
breaks, and yeah, punch is going to be enough.
But it means that WAF's going to be able to get out their what they truly were hoping to find, that of the sniper.
Yeah,
kind of the big prizes on the board. Speaking of which, the sniper is fully leaning into the assassinate build, we should mention.
Yeah, phylactery ags. I mean, we saw the early ags.
Oh, it's been promising. I'm kind of excited. I'm
looking
forward to it.
The long range nuke, as you were saying, with the sharpshooter and assassinate, it's very, very scary.
The side of Yuki no Fukushu, their minds enigmas. They are too advanced for me, really, in my simple 3K strats. Oh my god, Claire.
Claire, I feel like this stampede was almost what did it. It does manage to survive the Tormentor. Stonks, get some stonks in the form of 1400 gold for free with that shard. We'll have the little Thunderstrike traps. It's going to help the vision game quite a bit.
Yeah, it's
set
really,
those down
really
on the staircase.
Good. Yeah, you either own a high ground, you own a ward spot, can find things like the sniper, primal, even hoodwink or the healing ward easier.
Mm-hmm.
Super value. I really like this card. I did not think it would be so impactful when they first announced.
Yuki is into the Roshan pit. It is scanned out. So the supports on Pudding going to take the opportunity to get some map control back, clear out some wards. Not feeling like they want to contest it, because it is still a 10k lead for Yuki.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
First Aegis goes into the hands of Wafts. Down bot, you've got a few heroes rotating over towards Bork, and they're going to get the Blink, Stomp, Punch up. This should be a pretty dead squirrel.
Yeah, I would say that the RD2L response to, the opponent going for Roche and securing an Aegis was just to farm, secure their position a bit better, farm up those buybacks, be ready for this high ground fight, which they seem like they're kind of ready to take. Or at least Yuki are going to take to them.
Yeah.
Mr. Fichet in the trees looking, BKB ready.
Wafts just absolutely no fear, saying, I dare you to go on me. They're not going to, they're going to blink right past, but Miss Snow is there and waiting, gets the stun onto 2, and it sets up the pulverize. Buttery Greg now going to try to bring down Miss Snow. 888, though, is tearing apart the side of Pudding. They're going to get buyback from Hexclamation. Buttery Greg does a nice little escape into Mr. Fichet, getting them both out of the fight. Wafts now backing up and still just been clicking away at the high ground. Now they go back in, call onto the Juggernaut, into the Static Storm. But they bring down Mr. Fichet, and 888 charges forward, glimpse back into the Static Storm. Buttery Greg raging up. Bork finishes off the kill. You've got the Maelstrom Mage Slayer. This is a huge amount of damage coming out of the Acorn shots as well. And with those 2 heroes dead, it's going to be the first set of barracks found by Yuki. No Aegis used yet. And they're going to continue to push, look for more.
Wow. Shun's response and reaction speed specifically in that fight, Miss Snow obviously having a great stun as well. The concussive grenade doing a lot of work to keep the initiators at bay. I mean, 3 heroes on your face, and you are able to kind of walk away again. Snipers living lucky. Do not play Russian roulette with this man.
Oh, the Hoodwink gets the Bushwhack onto 2. Glimpse to keep Butter Greg. Oh, that's a huge call! It's gonna find the Aegis. Can they get more? Shun is in the middle of it. They get the disarm. Bork playing right at the edge of the fight. They bring down Shun. 888 looking to charge back in for more, though. Finishes off Mr. Fishay. Waff still standing strong. Buttery Greg gonna pop out, and Claire rushing in as well. Looks like they're gonna be able to bring down the Primal Beast. Bork getting glimpsed back, nearly brought down to like 25 HP. They're gonna look to chase this squirrel, but it's one of the most annoying heroes to try to chase. They smoke up, the TP away is already there. They might still be able to find something on Miss Snow here. Ping it out, blink away, does show on the wave. Claire in the area, gonna get the hoof stomp. It's up with the Blade Mail, Hex, Miss Snow trying to just walk away. There's down the stun, but Finger of Death blocked by the Glimmer Cape. Actually, might have had a chance to find a turnaround kill there, but
so
no
they
luck.
decided to play Russian roulette, and in total 5 rounds chambered. 5 falling across the board, and I think that's a great fight for RD2L. I think you're happy losing, I guess, what you did in total. Like, if you convince yourself that the second part of the fight was an individual fight.
Yeah.
Only one Rax lost, and not the entire game.
Yes.
At the end of the day, I don't think that that top fight was kind of disastrous, and Lifestealer does not have much to their name. They even they diverted off of the Radiance path that we saw them on earlier, and went for this SNY Deso build, and it feels uncomfortable. I mean, they're not able to hit things often. Just get an eggs, just get a blink, something, something, or maybe it's Basher, but it's a bit tough to say because Greg has not been able to kind of distinguish himself from the pack, and they've had to kind of just rely on superior team fight, which the engagement is incredibly difficult with the range that Yuki is offering.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of which, Bork is just kind of playing with the Lifestealer.
Oh yeah.
Who has like early rage in case there's a lion sitting on top of him, which, damn, there probably is. He's traumatized at this point, like, But Eternal Shroud on Centaur. Now that is a tanky item. That screams kill me. But very, 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 very slowly, and I'm gonna have fun with it. Maybe he's just a masochist. I'm not sure. Either way, the War Runner is going to be holding the helm.
Got Conda finished on Shun, so the only part of the Assassinate build not there yet is the Rapier. I don't know if we'll see that. As mid, they're gonna set up, find Miss Snow and Waffs right under the Static Storm. Very nice little engagement.
Again, that's a really nice point of the Centaur and how much it lulls you into a false sense of security. Like, it's a very static hero across in just one place in the map, but it has an ultimate that affects everybody else, so they can go smoke anywhere behind or around the Centaur, and you use a lot of misdirection, which when paired with this axe does very well. Bring a fantastic kill onto the board, and already, I mean, that levels Greg out to just under 3k behind the Jug, which is not a bad place. Necessarily, especially if that 3k is impactful, and Greg has decided that is a basher, so we'll be here soon.
Stonks gets the glimpse onto Bork, but immediately responds with the Gleipnir, but Hexclamation stepping up over here as well. Mr. Fishay join in for a good measure, grab another stack of armor for the axe.
God, these fights have been so back and forth.
Yeah.
Win one, lose one, win one, lose one. And it does not feel like a 33-minute game right now. I thought we were at 45 plus, honestly. especially with how early some of these like this building pressure came out. Again, like Yuki was knocking on the door at 19-20 minutes, and I've already taken 2 racks, but by no means is putting the R and RD2L out of this just yet.
Yeah.
I think that both teams have pretty clear paths towards victory, with Yuki's just being a little bit more convenient or easy.
Yeah, Pudding has, like, fully stalled out the lead. Like, Yuki still have a big lead, but it's the same big lead that they had 15 minutes ago. They have not really managed to build the lead. Pudding has been really bouncing back, going back and forth in these fights instead of just getting crushed in fight after fight.
And if you look at the chart, the win probability is crawling back
Yeah.
into their favor as well. Not we're not talking 50-50 here, but we're talking better odds,
Yeah.
off of 90-10 and into 75 territory, make money off of it territory, not not hopeless gambler territory.
Yeah. Oh. Yuki has been setting up with a smoke in the mid lane, but all of Pudding has been here too. Start out with the snipe, gets reflected back. Primal caught inside the Static Storm. Now they have the control onto Buttery Greg. Hexclamation trying to bring down Miss Snow, but the damage is there from Shun and the Lion.
Just get out.
Oh yeah, they're charging for more, but their supports are down. They are just going to get back into the base, and now Yuki going to set their eyes on the final set of barracks, see if they can get themselves some mega creeps at 35 minutes.
Clean blink by Wasp, by the way. That's a nice pickup for this Jug hero. No Omni Slash left though, so the buyback from Stonks, they're hoping to make moves with it.
Yeah, they set up on 888, turns with Pulverize. Oh, and into 2 heroes stunned, back to back. Gleipnir up, but they are able to finish off the Primal Beast. They do trade the tower for it. Sharpshooter comes through, doesn't connect, and did Claire like blink through that? Like I thought that Sharpshooter was hitting something, and then there were no heroes there anymore.
No, I think it just took too slow to get there.
So again, Pudding, they're able to hold, get a bit of a reset, get some space back out on the map. Still kind of favoring setting up in their biangle, kind of the most bang for your buck with the ancient camps in the area, and sets you up for better defense around the last set of barracks you've got left. Open the door for this Tormentor here as well. Damage pouring into it, and that will be a free shard for Claire. Get the slow on the double edge, as well as the bonus strength. So we're going to start seeing that health bar climb on the Centaur.
Definitely complementary, right, to all the tankiness that they already have. I think this Shivas will be impactful. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised they don't already have one on the team. It's a bit surprising to me that Yuki pick it up before Pudding do, because it's, conventionally, classically a fantastic counter to Juggernaut, especially.
Yeah.
And Sniper as well. I mean, both of these heroes really struggle when half the Shivas are indifference. But I think Centaur felt the need to kind of do a lot in these games.
Yeah, for sure.
Or in these fights, I mean, was not living consistently with him, so had to tank up. But that shard kind of does that indirectly.
Oh, Wafts wants revenge for this tower going down. The Lotus Orb is not going to save the Tusk now. So immediately off of that Aegis, they get in there.
Nice.
Do have buyback available on the Tusk, so this won't be, sealing any deals here, but this is a good start to that Aegis timing.
And it's going to be our first pause of the series, everybody. Strap in.
Woo!
is yes. Have they confirmed that they're Bo5 for this?
Yes. As far as I know.
Should double check that between the first and second game. But I would kind of assume as much. Might have to break it up into multiple sessions. Very possible, but
I'm really surprised we haven't seen Buttery Greg go for the eggs yet. I feel like, I mean, I guess it's not as good into the sniper going the assassinate build. We'll get back into it here.
just in general, taking yourself off the map when you're against the sniper is fantastic because he can't click you.
Yeah. Ooh, Claire looking to go up, but gets denied at the onslaught. Perfectly timed from 888. Stonks just drop the ward down. He's going to get the glimpse back. Puts the beast in a cage.
Can't put baby in a cage.
Would have been a very funny time for if Eights has the taunt where Primal makes baby sounds.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
And they're looking to just close out the Mega Creeps. Hexclamation has respawned, and they get a big call that's going to kill off Miss Snow as the Infest comes out. Both supports going to go down to Pudding.
Shun.
Oh, they spot out Shun. The shards are a little awkward. It's going to give Shun a little bit of space in this fight. No way you get away with this teleport.
Oh,
are you kidding me? That's not allowed. Waff's in a bit of an awkward spot now. Is going to go for a teleport away, but Eights is going to find the kill on the Tusk, who goes chasing for heroes. Mr. Fisher, though, gets the call to stop the TP. Claire comes in. This guy's so tanky, though. Has the breaks coming out from the Ags, drops down the Pulverize, but the other heroes he's trying to bring down are tanky too. Now just going to onslaught away, but glimpse back immediately as Stonk shows up. Buttery Greg is there. That's a guy that kills tanks. An 888 gets brought down.
Field and a dream. Putting the R in RD2L, win that fight, stave off the Radiant team, and live to fight another fight. I mean, come on. 2 minutes 30 on Aegis, Juggernaut knocking on the door of 25, and they still have one more Rex. They're defending. They've won the last 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah.
Greg, he's full power. He's suited up and ready to go Super Saiyan against this Juggernaut. I mean, like, you know, they're neck and neck.
Yeah.
Net worth-wise. We're just waiting for I think literally the moment that Greg gets like an Ags, which he almost has in pocket, by the way.
Yeah.
This is gonna be pretty disastrous.
Yeah, and that is going to be the item queued up next. And the net worth lead cut down to, it was 9k, now back up to 10k. But looking at the net worth charts with where Buttery Greg has got themselves, almost all of this gold lead is in the Hoodwink, which, like, is important. That is a hero that, from the 4 position, can carry a game late.
She kills. She kills alright.
Oh, yeah. But, like, so much of this gold that you have, this lead that you've had, is now just in your supports, and the cores look incredibly even across the board.
That's a good point. Yeah, again, this Radiant team is kind of built into like two semi-cores, as I kind of put it, right? In the drafting stage, Primal and Hoodwink are kind of bound to be close, even with a good game on Primal. Hoodwink is just a hero that farms. Oh my god!
Walks right up into the high ground with the Omni Slash, but getting stuck on the heroes he doesn't want, and now punched up in the air. They have the control, the Abyssal Blade as well. It's going to be the Aegis. Meanwhile, the Finger of Death comes out on Claire. It's going to be a buyback for the Centaur. Glimpse back into the Static Storm for 888. Waff's able to get away off of the respawn. Shun standing up on the high ground. Claire looking to break things up. Waff's able to spin in time, and Buttery Greg gets brought down. Does have enough for the buyback ready to go. Punch up onto 888 meanwhile, playing the side of the fight. Claire trying to get right back into onto Wafts. Bork now is going to be the next target. They get the bash, but has the cheese in pocket. Stuns come out. They do manage to finish off Bork, but Mr. Fichet has gone down as well. Now they're finally set up on the sniper, but the Pulverize is there. The concussive grenade down to the low ground, able to escape. Infest in the Centaur explodes out. 888 getting low, but the Finger of Death comes through. They bring down Buttery Greg again, finish off Claire as well, and suddenly everybody is dead through the buybacks. Yuki buying back as well, and GG is called. Out of absolutely nowhere, that game just explodes and ends, and Yuki no Fukushu, they take game 1, take the early lead in the best of 5, the grand finals. We like Dota League 2024 Diadem division.
That was a crazy ass last fight. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I mean, I was floored when Wops opened with the blink into straight up blade, like the you know, like the mini Omni into the straight Omni.
Yeah.
Hit 25 and it was like, I'm throwing it. I'm using it. Don't care. No vision. I don't care.
Yeah. So like, whoever's up here, I'm Omni slashing them, and if they don't die, they'll at least take a lot of damage, and that should set up our fight well. I think like that just there was no way that didn't go into just pure chaos, because Pudding had been like sitting here making these methodical high ground defenses for so long, and now suddenly like you're just jumped in a way that you don't expect. And even though it didn't immediately kill anybody, it still just like got that fight off to such a chaotic start, prevented Pudding from being able to have this like perfect setup, get these little pickoffs that they've been getting, make their defense. It just threw it into a full 5v5, and Yuki had the advantage in the full 5v5. Even through like that ends up being what, like a 7v10 because of all the buybacks. Like,
there were 2 Finger of Deaths in that fight. Like I think that the chaos just like adds to the Yuki advantage in a lot of ways. I mean, they have a sniper who just wants to sit and click anything that shows. They have a Primal Beast, Hoodwink. These heroes run amok in these fights. And in general, they had Lifestealer and Centaur, who look pathetic when you have to chase down your prey, and it doesn't want to sit still, right? Like this sniper, you saw him bounce from the high ground to the low ground, in and out of stuns. You have Lion to back it up. You know, Hoodwink is going to like wrangle you back to a tree that you have no real intent of sticking around, but Yuki come out with a brilliant strategy to counter this kind of disruptor catch and Tusk, Axe, Centaur stuns that really, I think, we perceived as threatening in the draft. And Yuki said, you know, that ain't no thing, like, and just dusted it off. So yeah, fantastic game 1. I'm excited. Do you want to award game 1 top play or top player?
MVP for game 1, I'm inclined. It's between Shun and 888. It's really hard overall. Like, and the supports played an amazing game too, and Wafts was there, like, through it all, farming through it all, making the big plays to close it out, doing exactly what you want your character to do. It's really, really even because they played so closely as a team. I think I'm going to go with 888 because I think you really needed the plays that this Primal brought to be able to like set up so many of these fights, set up their early game. Like, I don't think your Lion, Sniper, Hoodwink, Gank Squad gets away with what they're doing without this Primal Beast leading the charge.
No, I think Shun and 888 are definitely the people who capitalized on the early game momentum they had, or maybe even just, you know, straight up created it out of the talent and skill that they have in the laning phase. So shouts out to them. I'll give it to Shun just because I think that the number of times the sniper lived, when they should have died, is incredible. So looking forward to the next game.
For sure. It looks like the lobby's already up. I will quickly go back to our bracket screen. We'll take a little break, but we should be into game 2 very shortly. Hello, everybody. We are back with game number 2 between putting the R in RD2L. One day I will say that whole name right. Versus Yuki no Fukushu. In the WLDL 2024 Diadem Grand Finals, I am joined for game 2 by Ape from Team Drip. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Yeah. Got to see part of that game 1. It was starting to look
Radiant
like a
team
comeback
back.
was in the works. Just a little bit
Dire
too much of
team
an early
back.
advantage from Yuki no Fukushu. So it was a tight series, though.
Dire team
I think
back.
that I think we're in for a good one.
Radiant team
Yeah,
back.
for sure. That was a very fun start to the series. Strilling and I getting proven
10
completely
seconds
wrong in our
remaining.
draft analysis, as we had favored R and
5 seconds
RD2L.
remaining.
We did not expect Yuki to come out with so much early pressure
Dire team
that they
back.
were able to put together with their gank squad
Dire team
of
back.
their
Radiant
2 through
team
5
back.
position, giving Wafts all the space in the world. So yeah, we'll see how they adapt. Is going to be the Primal Beast ban. That was the first pick of draft for Yuki last time around. So that will not be an option here this time. I expect to see pretty different drafts from last game, just based on how it went. Because I think a lot of Yuki's heroes are going to get banned,
10
and
seconds
I think
remaining.
Pudding might look for a fairly different strategy than what they
5
went with last
seconds
game.
remaining.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm not super familiar with either of these teams, being new to casting and also playing in a different bracket. But um, I was I think Yuki no Fukushu, they went for a really interesting position where you have Primal Beast, this hero that can pop off early, and they kind of seemed to
Dire
were able to
team pick.
snowball off of that. And then when it came time to go high ground, they wanted to take their time and make sure that Juggernaut had farmed up to where he's really, really difficult to kill. And Primal Beast, of course, ridiculous strength gain benefited from that stall as well.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually they were able to just walk high ground and after taking a decent
Radiant
fight and
team back.
chew through the buildings because their push outside of Juggernaut didn't really exist. So they seem to understand just take a fight and then go for these big pushes.
Yep. So yeah, putting the R in RD2L, gonna go right back
Radiant
to
team ban.
the Lifestealer first pick. So they're still feeling confident in their strategy. And I mean, given how in that game they looked like for the latter 20 minutes of it, given how the first 20 minutes went, like I think they are right to still be pretty confident in what
10
they put
seconds
together for
remaining.
game 1. I think these few tweaks, like taking out the Primal Beast, and we'll
5
see
seconds remaining.
how else they adjust. I think they can definitely find a good strategy within what they were working with in game 1.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, they seem to have picked up. I didn't see their bans from game 1, but they banned 3 pretty strong Lifestealer counters in the Primal Beast, the Razor,
Radiant
and the
team
Spear Breaker. You know, you've got BKB piercing stuns, and I was actually worried about a Lifestealer coming in because Disruptor coming in. Ag's ult on Disruptor is obviously going to be a bit of a problem. So they've. I'm not really sure what's left in
10
the pool that
seconds
Lifestealer really
remaining.
hates playing into. Axe was
5
banned out
seconds
by
remaining.
Yuki, so what other and Kunkka was banned out as well, so there's some carry matchup that I'm sure is horrible for him that's left in the pool. What do you think Yuki no Fukushu's wanting in this situation?
I could see them go back to the Juggernaut because they liked it last game and it feels fine into the Lifestealer. You like it feels like a better option than anything too durable. We're gonna pick up a Wraith King. That could be their carry, that could also be their off lane. They're gonna grab a tanky hero into the Lifestealer anyway, but one that has 2 health bars, so is not going to mind nearly as much
10
being
seconds remaining.
eaten away at.
Mm-hmm.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think I don't love Wraith King carry. I think plenty of other carries
Dire
scale
team
better than
pick.
him into the late game. Um, so It can work though, because Lifestealer himself, there are other carries that outscale him, so maybe you just want to meet him at his power spike and try and take better fights. Between the Hex and Stun on Lion, you can get some pretty decent setups. So
10 seconds remaining.
I wonder if they might go back
5
for
seconds
like a
remaining.
Drow. You just have this offlaner. It's a bit of a weak lane though, the Wraith King, right? Putting it +3, especially into the Lifestealer.
Yeah. What did they have? It was the Primal Beast in lane against the Lifestealer last game with the Hoodwink. So yeah, I think a Wraith King is not going to enjoy that lane nearly as much. But maybe you just rely on your Vampiric Spirit and just kind of like match up with the lifesteal and try to play a more passive lane.
Yeah.
So Yuki go for the same support duo as last game, the Lion Hoodwink, so still looking to put together some early pressure. I think if the Wraith King is off lane, that's gonna also be trouble for trying to put together those early pushes, so maybe that does mean they'll go for Wraith King if they want 8888 on something that can playmake like the Primal Beast did last game. And they're gonna switch up their second support pick. They go for the Vengeful Spirit this time. I like this as another reposition option. Gives you a good way to get somebody back in the Static Storm if you need to. There's so much reposition between
10 seconds remaining.
Disruptor and Venge.
Radiant team picked.
Yeah. And the Zeus picked up. So you've got, I think Disruptor, Venge, and Zeus all kind of like to play the same area of the fight. You don't want to be in the front line, but you want to be like close to it, I guess in like the middle field, if you will, between the back line and the front line. So you've got Lifestealer who can sit up front, but Lifestealer is a hero that can get kited, and if he's the only guy sitting up there, Lion is going to be very happy with this. I'm going to cast Hex right before Rage ends, you're immediately going to be affected by it. So I think RD2L is going to be looking for some 3 to put next to him that can hopefully get on top of this Lion and Hoodwink and like make them be forced to give Lifestealer space in the fights. And also, like you're pointing out, between the repositions, Venge, just solid utility, offensive potential, and of course that swap in case Lifestealer finds himself in a bad position. So
Yep. You'll see what Yuki want to answer this. I feel like seeing this Zeus, you're definitely going to look for something. It's kind of a catch-22 when you have the Zeus and Lifestealer together, because you want something durable, but if you go just like a guy with a big health bar, the Lifestealer doesn't really care. And you've even got some percentage damage on the Zeus still, right? Not as much as he used to.
I think depends on what Yuki is doing with this Wraith King. If it's a carry, then you could go for something like Slardar here, or if they're feeling brave, they could pick Slardar carry. Really good matchup into the Lifestealer once you build up enough attack speed. And... Okay.
Dire team back.
Mid Dazzle?
I think it has to be when we see the Lion Hoodwink.
Yeah. Normally you pick mid Dazzle when you've got some melee that you're laning into, and you know, you just poison touch and click him, right? There's a pretty simple game plan. Against the Zeus, he's a low range mid hero, but Dazzle also doesn't have great attack range, so
5 seconds remaining.
I think Yuki has done some weird drafts throughout the year. So I think there is the possibility that the Dazzle isn't mid. This could be like an offlane Dazzle, or they could be switching like the Hoodwink into a core role this time. I don't think they will. I think Bork is too good at it for them to want to switch it away from Bork, but
switch the Hoodwink away from him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see an offlane Dazzle working with the right setup stun, but also then what are you doing with this Hoodwink, you know? Like you have one too many support heroes if you do that. So
AM Faceless, so yeah, they're thinking offlane Wraith King mid Dazzle, I think.
You know, Yuki going back to the like fight geometry
10
piece I was talking
seconds
about earlier,
remaining.
I think they could make a drow work. It's pretty tricky with the
5
glimpse and the
seconds
Zeus
remaining.
though. Zeus gets Ags early enough, you just find the drow and fight, and you commit everything to killing her.
Hmm.
But it does kind of give an
Radiant
awkward
team
fight plan for RD2L of like, hey, you need to run through all of these heroes to get to this guy in the back. I'm sure you're familiar with that strategy,
Yeah.
uh, based on what you guys have drafted recently. So,
Dire
um,
team pick. Phantom
ooh,
Oh,
okay,
okay.
okay.
So yeah, I think this draft has gone the way we thought, and it's a Phantom Assassin. So that's going to be how they get on top. Oh, this is going to be another hard game for Stonks on the Disruptor. Assuming that it is Stonks playing it again. And yeah, that's going to be a nice answer to jump on top with a Zeus. And we'll have the big crits to be able to chew through the Lifestealer.
Mm-hmm. And that Fan of Knives break doesn't get purged by Rage, so you don't get the lifesteal, you don't get the attack speed either.
Oh,
You're basically
yeah.
forced to just run away. So what does RD2L respond with? I mean, it's such a free Axe game, but they banned it.
Yeah.
So man, Axe would absolutely just tear through this Yuki draft. Is there like, there's got to be another execute in the game. I'm just not thinking of.
Well, there goes
Okay.
Sand King. I think this has been. I feel like this has been a bit of a specialty for them.
Hmm.
They're 2-0 with it, so I guess I just watched at least one other series where they picked it. Yeah, I like it. It's a lot of magic damage that is a good, and like between Sand King Zeus, you can kill this Phantom Assassin. Like you're not that concerned about Blur in this game. So yeah, it is good for that. The lane should go fine, I think.
Yeah, I think the Burrow Strike, the Caustic Finale pop
10
on these Wraith King
seconds remaining.
skeletons, you can't sleep on that because it will very quickly pop and kill everybody near it. So 888 almost he kind of doesn't want to use skeletons in fights. Not that it's like a core feature of the hero, but it is good damage.
Yeah.
And also it's good counter push for Wraith King. So and you know, the Dazzle's really squishy. The Hoodwink and the Lion can both die very quickly. So I mean, if you take two of those heroes out with an Epicenter, you've just got Zeus and Disruptor ready to throw the rest of their spells directly into those cores of Wraith King and PA. So who you favoring? Who you favoring draft wise, and most importantly, hat wise first.
Yeah, let's talk about hats. This is another close one. Everybody's decked out. Hexclamation's even got something working on to work with. And like they didn't have much for the Tusk last game. I'm curious if 888 is going to continue to just like not have a torso when we get into game.
I was gonna ask if you were seeing that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm like, there's just a black hole where he just should be. So
That's definitely some weird like it's like the Arcana interacting with a set not meant for the Arcana.
yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like
Built-in
that
evasion.
that spice of it. I think we gave it to Yuki last game as well.
So we're
But
giving
overall,
it to
good
Yuki.
hats.
Yuki again for the
Prepare
particle
for
glitch
battle.
on Wraith King.
Yep. Yeah, it is showing that way in game too.
Awesome.
It's somewhere between looking like he has no body and looking like he's just wearing a like black V-neck t-shirt under his armor.
Yeah.
Poor baby.
See, it's looking like a similar setup for the runes as game one was. No crazy plays, no smokes. We are getting Hexclamation, maybe looking to grab an early ward.
Oh my god, it's too good. But no, it's not good enough at all. Or wait, is it? Maybe.
Yeah, we'll throw that up on the high ground to get things started, but otherwise, everybody content to just sit on the safe runes.
Yep. Good work for spotting out where the sentry is placed for the camp block early enough if they decide to go for that. I'm not, I think it's interesting that they're not going for a fight here. I feel like if you take an engagement on Yuki no Fukushu, you're pretty happy to expend Poison Touch if you get like several Arc Lightnings out from the Zeus, set him up
The
for
battle
a hard laning
begins.
stage. He doesn't have any mana regen, but I guess they haven't seen him yet. They don't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, mostly just leaning towards getting that bottle as soon as possible for Claire. Let's see, where are we looking for the action in these lanes? Bot feels like it can be pretty volatile. These heroes. Already, Mr. Fishay, they were kind of ready for where he came through the Twin Gate, because he did do that last game as well. I'm going to get a good amount of harass early on this Sand King. Shouldn't be a kill, but is certainly going to make him not enjoy the start of this lane. Exclamation rotates in to get Miss Snow off their back, but...
Quite a bit of activity top as well. Wraith King already down to 25%.
Oh yeah.
Looks like he just got clipped down by Thunderstrike and the Lifestealer, so...
Miss Snow's actually the one
Bottom?
very low on bot. Yeah, Exclamation nearly goes forward for it, but Wafts picks it up, brings down Mr. Fishay, finishes off that kill he started. Now he's going to get some damage into Exclamation. Got level 2 off of that, so they're going to get the stun from the Earth Spike. Blinks forward and one last dagger. Actually, the auto attack from Miss Snow finishes it off, but... Yeah, 2 quick kills for this bottom lane for Yuki no Fukushu, and off to another solid start for them.
I think this lane gets much, much harder for the PA as it goes on.
Yeah.
You don't have any points in Caustic, but once you do, I mean, that just pops, and you got the great set of stun magic missiles, so... H1, he's taking a really rough trade here, getting slowed.
Yeah.
But Waft is quite low.
Yeah, now everybody but Mr. Fishay low in this bot lane. They got a good amount of damage into Yuki off of their respawns. Let's see. Up top, all of the creeps getting pulled in. Way back.
Bot lane?
Oh. Stun out on Wafts. But able to walk it off for now.
Yeah, Mr. Fishay, he stunned forward, and Lion, it looks like he wasn't quite able to get close enough to get off a good mana drain, but if he had, could have been another kill on SK.
Another stun into the Venge. We're just playing at their limits in this lane. Mid lane has been very quiet. Zeus and Dazzle able to just sit quite far away from each other. Last hit away.
Dark light.
And things have mostly quieted down up top as well.
Yeah, I think Venge gonna stun up this line, but Sand King not quite in a position to follow up.
The mana drain from the line is going to get really annoying for Exclamation if they keep trying to trade. But it's really hard to just sit there and drain them when they both have a stun. They're going to get a pretty long range one, so we'll get a good amount out of their mana pool. Leave crashing hard into their tower. They're dire. Miss Snow will look to... It's like just cleaning up that camp to get a better pull later.
Curious about another go on Sand King bottom.
Yeah.
Can they turn it around?
Oh, they get the stuns out onto Wafts, taking quite a bit of damage here. Trying to set up some of the poison from the Caustic Finale. It doesn't quite finish off Wafts.
Venge had chased. She had gotten off the blind wave of terror. Could have sniped a kill there, but
Yeah, it would have been just enough, I think.
Slane really can go either way because they don't really want to deal with the Lion, but at the same time, if they can get on top of him, he's going to die a lot more quickly.
Yep.
Oh.
Ooh, in the mid lane, Shun, I mean, I'd say hits level 6, but doesn't take a point in bad juju. And then top, action finally breaking out in these other two lanes. Bork brings down Stonks. Another pair of kills for Yuki, up 4-0 now. As, was that just a lot of skeleton damage on the Disruptor, I imagine, was part of it. They're going to look to set up on Buttery Greg. Stonks is back here, and they have the Rage. They're going to turn around right back onto Bork. They bring down the score with all of that damage through the Rage.
Aggroed the tower there.
Yeah.
888's still playing up really far in this lane, though.
Yeah, not feeling scared. Has 2 points in Vampiric Spirit, so getting a decent amount of lifesteal. Getting a good amount of damage onto the tower as well. Now they're going to set up onto the line. They've got the Sandstorm now, and that's going to be enough, even through a very nice Earth Spike that stunned up both heroes. Spike being between the two of them. Now they're going to look to go forward onto Wafts. They get another stun, and the Zeus ult comes through. They bring down the PA, so putting the R in RD2L. Oh yeah, the rotation coming through. Bring down Buttery Greg.
Pretty solid net worth lead. 1,000 net worth advantage coming out for Dazzle over the Zeus, which, you know, the solo kill definitely is helping out with that quite a bit, but also not quite what I would expect. I would expect Zeus to heavily outfarm the Dazzle, but doesn't seem to be how it's playing out. You know, it's interesting. They've got this Dazzle, and he's going for this Aghanim Scepter. Obviously, the bad Juju is going to be reducing armor people nearby. So, but then they don't really have a ton of physical damage to pair with it until this PA is online.
Yeah. Once your PA is online, it's going to be just so much damage going through into them.
I'm curious how Conda works with that interaction. Because, like, the spell, it deals magical damage, but the spell that you're casting is physical, so does it get amped by the armor reduction? I'm not sure.
Huh. I think it wouldn't, because I think the damage from the Conda itself is still magic. So that's what it cares about. That is an interesting question. We're going to bring down Stonks again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Bork, similar build to last game, has that Blightstone for the lane, and then going right into the early Maelstrom. Bork was basically as farmed as most of the cores in the last game, and I expect we'll see something similar with another Hoodwink game here.
Yeah. That is something that does synergize pretty well with the Dazzle's armor reduction. You just get the Hoodwink, get enough farm, throw out an Acorn Shot.
Yeah.
I wonder, do you think Dazzle's going to go like full greed and go like something active? Oh, bottom, they're diving the Venge.
Ooh, the Zeus ult comes through, it finishes off Miss Snow. Now they get the stun out onto Wafts.
Swap is available.
Oh, gets the blur to disappear for a second, but they do get the swap. And now the Earthquake comes through. Bork is going to rotate in, but misses the Sharpshooter to try to finish off Hexclamation. Now Shun showing up. It's wrapped on by 3 as Stonks makes the rotation down. Does finally finish off Hexclamation.
Sand King's going to tick to this.
Yeah, the deny does not come through in time. So Shun does turn it into a couple kills for Yuki. It actually becomes not quite an even trade because Lion went down there at the beginning as well, but finishing off that Sand King makes it feel pretty even.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
PA overall coming out of this laning stage in decent shape. Sand King's obviously very happy with it, having, you know, 500 net worth lead, but it could be a lot worse for this PA. So I think they're both kind of okay with how this came out. It really, for me, I think it depends on how quickly Sand King's able to farm this blink, and if he prioritizes finding this PA with that blink to try and slow down her farm. Because I think this Battle Fury looking like 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit later than that. But if you can get a few kills, it'll definitely slow that down. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even with Yuki at a slight lead right now, I think it's going to be Pudding that try to be the more active early players. That said, we've got both supports rotating in the mid lane. Bushwhack is off the mark, and able to dodge the Sharpshooter as well, and now Stonks is in there with the Static Storm. The supports making the rotation, Glimpse back in, they finish off Myth Snow. Now they set up with the swap. Buttery Greg showing up, bring down Shun as well.
Oh no.
The rotations, they bring more heroes and they get more heroes.
Yeah. The only downside of that engagement was Vinge put a sentry, and the ward expired right before her second click.
Oh, that that always hurts so much.
It's a bad engagement now, just because of that. Top lane Wraith King rushing the Radiance. You know, I don't know. I feel like the tempo of Sand King, once he gets this blink and the Zeus, and you know, the Vinge, the Disruptor, like they have so much catch, they have so much chase that I worry for these big items. Like it's gonna take a long time for you to get to that point. He's doing well on net worth. It's just I don't know. I think there's a lot of potential for this to go wrong. It seems kind of greedy to me.
Yeah, especially out of the off lane. Like you already have this Phantom Assassin who's like not going to be a hero for the next 10 minutes at least. And so if you're putting off your timings by going this Radiance, you're really relying on like your 2-4-5 to be the ones doing all of the fighting at this point. I mean, they did a good job of it last game, but now they look to make a play and they just immediately get collapsed on. Pudding finds them from all angles and brings down both supports. And yeah, you don't have that stable center of your fight like you did from the Primal Beast in last game.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody... I mean, looking at their team, who would want to stand up front when you can get Glimpse back to where you were a couple seconds ago, and even if Glimpse isn't ready, you're just going to get swapped in. Like, it seems like you want this BKB in order to not just die the moment you show anywhere that you're out of position. Like, you don't... I feel like they lack initiation on the side of Yuki no Fukushu. Like, who wants to step forward? I guess, you know, Wraith King with 2 lives and a Blink Dagger might be okay with it, but...
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see out of this offlane Wraith King, I think. I think, like, you've got the gold for it, you can even still get the Radiance after, but just slam the Blink Dagger, put a point in your R, and then just go fight with the team, instead of being basically just a second carry that your team is waiting to get to your timings on.
Lifestealer has finished his armlet, it's on his courier, and he queues up a Radiance. PA, TP's out of bottom.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, I mean, they were smoked, so even with the vision in the jungle there, I think that was just pure game sense from Lofts, that was no longer a safe place to be farming.
PA's done really well on the farm, though. Will... Yeah, should have the Battle Fury, maybe a little bit sooner than 15 minutes. And they're gonna get this bottom tier 1 for free. No contest. Zeus has finished Phylactery. What do you think his next item is? He's purchased a Void Stone. Are you familiar with the build he goes on Zeus, or...?
No, yeah, the Void Stone feels like it would suggest going, yeah, towards the Aether Lens. That is what he's going to queue up, which is interesting, because I feel like more often we've seen, like, the Lightning Hands build. You still get that early Phylactery for the damage value, but then you just go, like, Shard's Manta from there.
Yeah, I feel like I can see the Aether being useful. I mean, you know, it's a good item. It still builds into Ethereal Blade, bottom lane.
Yeah, they find Bork in the bottom lane, trying to keep those waves pushed out. They're just trying to keep the pressure up, get as much presence on the map as they can. I think they kind of get this feeling that Yuki is more looking to farm at this point, not looking to take a lot of fights. So, taking advantage of it, playing far out on the map. Got like 4 heroes It's really going to be all 5 now up on the Radiant side.
And honestly, I don't think that they might try to defend this middle tower, but I don't think they can. They've got Blink Epicenter plus a Veil already on the Sand King. If anybody shows, they're dead. Speaking of.
Yep. The Snow shows up, tries to get some dewarding done, try to get control back of this area, but all of Pudding is playing here. They quickly shut that down.
I mean, looking at a broader scale, it feels like overwhelming teamfight advantage for the side of RD2L. And I mean, what teamfight do you have on the side of Yuki no Fukushu? Like, Shallow Grave as a save? Like, I'm really reaching here.
Yeah, like, you've got your AoE stuns from your supports as Pudding. Oh, they've got the vision, they've got the glimpse. And this is going to be set up, and does finally have a point in the ult, but you're really just going to die twice here. They were able to hold the Static Storm too, and they're not even going to need it. Bring 4 heroes there and bring down the Wraith King. Yeah, I mean, like, you've got AoE damage, you'll have even more, like, you've got your Battle Fury on your PA. When she's ready to fight. Love AoE damage, but you don't have that kind of stable... I guess you'll have the Wraith King as your, like, center point of your fights. And maybe enough to protect him with a Dazzle, but it feels hard. And it feels like there's so much damage and control on the other side of things. That,
yeah.
Like, Epicenter and Static Storm, you just bring so much teamfight to the table.
I think the counterpoint to this is just PA can blow up Disruptor before he's able to get all of his spells off. And I still think you have a bigger problem of, like, you can't kill everybody within BKB time on PA.
Yeah.
So I still worry for it, but I see the potential of Wraith King standing in front, using his ult, like, he just walks in and dies, basically, to reveal where everybody is, and PA, maybe with Ags and BKB, can burst through some heroes.
Yeah, I think vision control is going to be so important for Yuki, because if they can find wafts the angle where they can blink on Disruptor, blow up the Disruptor, jump to the Zeus, blow up the Zeus, like, then their fights become very playable, but I feel like you have to start, like, every single fight in that way to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, and maybe that's why Zeus has opted for this Aether Lens of, eventually it builds into the Ethereal Blade, so you're just going to force PA into buying a Nullifier, which she doesn't want to buy. And additionally, like you said, the vision control, if Zeus is able to sit, I mean, it's Zeus, he gives vision with Lightning Bolt, he takes down all your wards, like, he's going to make these fights really annoying, and if he's able to sit even farther back, make PA search for an extra second or two, that's valuable time that you're not BKB'd, that Sand King can find you, Venge can find you, etc. So.
Yeah. Yeah, has gone the Lightning Hands now for Zeus, so we'll be headed in that direction. Yeah, Manta queued up next. Yeah, I agree. That Aether Lens is going to give them just that little bit of extra space as these fights start.
Yeah. Wraith King, he's got the Radiance Gold. He's microing his courier over to the shop now. He's getting gone on by Lifestealer.
Oh, yeah. Getting this Radiance is going to help be able to survive this. Definitely... Oh, no! 2 seconds left on the ult! I was about to say definitely going to go down once, but once is all you need because it was not quite enough to get to the next Reincarnate.
That's kind of lucky for him.
Yeah.
If Lifestealer had missed him because of the Radiance tick there, and he gets killed twice, you're real sad. Especially being so close to level 12, the cooldown's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Now, Buttery Greg's about to have a Radiance of their own on top of the armlet. You do have... You're pretty close to Desolator on Wafts, only 800 gold away. That will be... I think even before the BKB, I think we'll see Wafts start showing up to fights with Deso Battle Fury. It's going to be hard. There's so much magic damage and control. And 8's trying to hold the ground under the tower. Does have the reincarnate now. The snow in the area as well. They're going to force the Sand King out of the storm, but the glimpse back right to Buttery Greg. Sitting there waiting for the glimpse to come back. Stun comes out, but the Wraith King goes down.
Epi in the back.
Oh, massive epicenter. Blows up both supports. Wasp does manage to bring down Stonks. Connects on the back of this fight, but they have the control. They have the magic damage. They bring down PA, and now it's just 8's and Shun remaining. Another Lightning Bolt with Phylactery comes through. Ultra kill for Claire. Picks up all 4 of those kills on the side of Pudding.
That was like max search range on that lightning bolt.
Yeah.
When it found him.
It's interesting that if you ground target Lightning Bolt, you still get the Phylactery proc.
Yeah.
I guess because like it's still a unit target spell, and it's like targeting a unit. I don't know. Yeah. It's a weird interaction.
I wonder if like Phylactery works on Lion Stun in the same way.
I feel like it must. But, if you unit target a hero and then it hits a different hero on the travel to the hero you actually targeted, which one gets hit by the Phylactery?
Ooh, yeah. And honestly, I mean, the only saving grace right now for Yuki no Fukushu is that the push on RD2L is a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
Like, you can put like Sailor front with Aegis, which seems to be their game plan right now, but, I mean, he doesn't have a Deso, he doesn't shoot through buildings like you might want.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure that it favors Yuki if the game goes late. Like, you know, a farmed Hoodwink is definitely a problem, farmed PA is definitely a problem, but then you have Disruptor and Binge, which will just swap you from 12,000 units away.
Yeah.
And you've got a mute on Static Storm, so unless you BKB really early, you're just not going to get it off. So. Oh, a big glimpse comes out mid.
Oh yeah, brings him all the way back to the river. And 40 seconds until another reincarnate means this is just a very dead Wraith King.
Swap on Pork.
These repositions aggressively coming through. They do have some disengage. The Lightning Bolt into the Wave of Terror. And now, oh, right back on Shun into the Static Storm. Shallow Grave gets them out of it. Miss Snow, though, is going to get brought down by Buttery Greg, and now no more Shallow Grave available. Means it's 4 more heroes dead. Monster streak for Claire.
Meanwhile, Wasp in the top lane seems to understand, I need this BKB so bad.
Yeah. Like, it's a PA game, just gotta get my items. So I have my items, then we're back in this. Feels like there's always a path back in for Phantom Assassin.
Yeah. You know, in game 1, I think there was a similar advantage at this point, but going the other way.
Yeah.
And with that, it felt like the draft of RD2L was almost able to compensate for it. Like, even though there was an 11k advantage at one point, they held the advantage there for, 5-6 minutes. So, in this game, though, I don't know if it's the same thing. Like, this 9k advantage feels almost understated in some sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like they're a bit more ahead than that, I think because of how these last few fights have gone. That it feels like they couldn't possibly lose the next few fights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you've got this core dazzle, and, it definitely can pop off. I don't necessarily like it as a mid unless, you're in some super favored matchup, which he kind of wasn't. So, I mean, he did get the one solo kill, which was impressive, but I feel like you need... It's weird, right? Because you don't want to buy BKB on Dazzle, but you need it to play into this team. And right now he doesn't even have it queued. Like, he's going this Aether Lens. His Courier's dead, maybe. something was on that, but I don't think it's most of the BKB components, you know?
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
PA's making good headway. And, you know, surprising that they haven't tried to break high ground with this Aegis yet. Bottom lane, though.
Yeah, they find... Oh, that's a big static storm. The kinetic field's holding in 3. Bork is on the back line, setting up the Glimmer Cape, gonna escape for now. Mr. Fisher in with the epicenter. Does take a big crit, but now here comes Claire with the damage. Their way in. They have the Shallow Grave. The stun hits 2. Have the shard on Hexclamation. The swap back. Does have Reincarnate, and PA's in. Finishes off Claire. Wafts has shown up. Jumps in for another one. Buttery Greg. It's going to find the first death, but bushwhacked up now. And back in for Wafts, and that's going to be the Aegis. Buttery Greg, the only hero standing. Can they just bring this guy down again? Has the Rage, but they have slows. Buyback from Claire is going to hop into the creep. Claire making their way back in. Okay, looking for the damage on Bork. But Eights is there, gets the stun. Infest pops out, but Wafts immediately back onto Claire. Does have the damage trying to turn it around. Dagger comes through. They finish off Eights, but they finish off Claire. Now Wafts just trying to escape from Buttery Greg. The slows and the tower damage, but has the evasion. Blink strike away. The illusion's actually still doing some work from the Zeus. We'll finally time out here. Oh my goodness, almost ended up getting denied at TPing there, but that's away with it. That's a huge fight for Yuki. That cuts the fight in half. Cuts the lead in half, brings down the Aegis, gets a dieback from the Zeus, who had been dominating this game.
You know, that started off so great for RD2L, but I think the problem was the Sand King one, he got really low really early in the fight, and the supporting cast, they didn't have their spells, or they didn't use them to reposition the Zeus away from that PA. So it's kind of like Yuki no Fukushu realizes we can't win a linear fight. Like, if they have their frontliner in front, we have ours in front, like, and we just duel it out, we're not gonna win that. So they needed to try and find that backstab, and you know, the spells, the saves just didn't quite come out. There wasn't really enough left in the tank to deal with the PA, and worth noting, she didn't even have the BKB in that fight.
Yeah, she got the BKB off of that fight, and is now on the way to the Ags. You're also dangerously close to an Ags on Wraith King. He's about 1,000 gold off. And, like, imagine if they had a Wraith King Ags in that fight. That, like, that's going to be such a big player for how these next fights go. I feel like Yuki is suddenly in such a good position off of that single fight.
Yeah, you know it. And Zeus, he briefly had an Ethereal Blade queued, but he's queued back the Refresher Orb. I feel like you're really gonna be hurting for a Ghost Scepter. This PA has one job, really, and it's find you and then deal with Lifestealer.
Yeah.
So...
And, like, you were just killed by the PA, bought back, and then killed by the PA again. Like... I'm really surprised that they choose, after that happening, to go away from the E-Blade. But maybe more thinking, you know, if I have more ults, we have more damage, we have more magic damage to kill the PA, we have more vision of where they're playing in the fights.
Set up on the 888.
Ooh, yeah. Controlled up. In the Sandstorm, Bushwhack. Oh, didn't have vision, so doesn't find it. We do have the Shallow Grave, Shun showing up. The damage in. They keep this Wraith King alive long enough. Does finally go down, and now Shun in a tough spot. Does manage to get out of the kinetic field, but they explode out. Wafts looking for the angle into this fight. Jumps onto the backline, is onto Claire. The Static Storm's there, but got the BKB off. Now onto Stunks, has already brought down 2, but now forced to turn towards the more tanky heroes, but the crits come through. Triple kill, trying to just 1v5, but Buttery Greg is going to say no. Finally brings down the PA, and now Glimpse back on Miss Snow, tries to show up to help get the save. Buttery Greg picks up the double kill, finishes that off.
He pumped that Finger of Death, he caught vision of the Disruptor briefly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would have been enough to kill, but it would have been close. Man, you know, I was saying earlier, PA doesn't have the time to kill them in BKB. I think that will be true once this gets down to 6 seconds, but right now, it's, the cleave from the Battle Fury just instantly killed the Venge and the Zeus, practically.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know. if you're Zeus in this situation, okay, he actually did end up picking up the Ghost Scepter.
Okay.
Seems to have realized I can't. I don't get to buy the fun item just yet. Sand King, he's going for the Ags. I think it's a good answer. You know, it gives you area control. It says I dare you to fight me right here. But also a Hex on any hero would be really good. And Disruptor's going for the Aghanim Scepter, which kind of functions the same way. For what you want out of it. No BKB coming out from the PA. So
got the Monkey King bar almost finished on Lifestealer, and we've already seen Buttery Greg be able to deal with Waffs' PA. So as soon as this MKB is here, it's gonna be, you know, BKB or no BKB. If the Lifestealer is hitting you on more than 75% of his attacks, it's gonna be a lot harder for PA to get these engages that she wants and survive through these fights. Like, I think she can still get that early blow up, but can you win a fight if the Lifestealer can 1v1 the PA?
You know, Lifestealer PA is like it's a really weird matchup in the mid game. Late game, I would say it generally favors the PA. And in this game, PA has the Axe complete, so
yeah.
If I find one target, I'm going to immediately jump onto the next, and I'm just going to cycle through your whole team, and then I'm going to fight you, hopefully with the numbers advantage of my teammates. Lifestealer can try and force PA into an awkward item build of building a butterfly. Basically, you know, flipping the script on PA and saying, you build MKB now. You know? So, doesn't seem to have that queued, though. Wants to go the Ags, which is a good solution as well. I'm not gonna evade your attacks, you just can't click me. Stun onto the PA and the Dazzle.
Oh, yep, and they're setting up on 8-8 as well. Waffs jumps in, but now is inside the Static Storm. It's just gonna get brought down, but you have the Wraith King Ags finished, but it's just block off in the kinetic field, so not gonna really get any damage out. Does get one nice dagger crit, but then just finally disappears. 8-8 now, controlled up. Shun gonna go down. Miss Snow off on the side. The supports, they managed to finish off Claire. The swap back. Bork now caught in the middle of everything.
And that was the showcase, the reveal of the Aghanim Scepter mute from the Disruptor. PA was able to blink back, but wasn't able to press the BKB.
Yeah, how many... That was, what, three heroes showed up to that fight with an Aghanim Scepter that they didn't have in the previous fight? It's like the Disruptor, the PA, and the Wraith King. And the Disruptor Aghanims, it's literally 2 words, and it is still one of the best Aghanim Scepters in the game. And that obviously wasn't the entire factor in that fight. That fight started off in a crazy way and was chaotic the whole way through. But Pudding, they come out on top, and they're back in the driver's seat again after it looked like Yuki was seriously making the comeback. Now they've put together a couple fights, pick up the Aegis, and are well poised to be able to go back towards pushing into the Radiant base.
Yep. And Venge, speaking of Ags that might get revealed, Vengeful Spirit closing in on her Aghanim Scepter. That will be quite annoying to deal with. And, you know, the Wraith King Ags, it's definitely a threat, especially when you have a hero like PA. The Spirit can't use items, though, right?
I don't think it can.
Oh, actually...
Well...
I'm trying to remember, because can't Wraith King, like, refresh or something while he's ulted? Stun. PA just dives in.
Oh god, yeah. Immediately into the Static Storm, getting burned down. They have the swap back to keep her in the Static Storm well through the Shallow Grave, and Waffs is just dead. Now they have the Glimpse back into the Epicenter, and Bork is going to get torn apart.
Yeah, I think Disruptor was just out of vision for the PA, and you jump in, and that's the really frustrating thing about this Axe. It's not just you can't press BKB, like, you have to use it super early if you want to use it at all. Like, it requires you to have foresight or to kill this Disruptor before he presses his ult. So, mid lane, looking to push down the mid racks.
Yeah, right up into the base. And a swap onto Shun does get the Hex from the Shard onto 2, but your PA isn't alive, which means you're not really going to have anywhere close to the damage you need.
No buyback on 3 heroes.
Yeah. Shoving
And
the
the
skeletons
Vinjax
into
got
their
delivered.
base, but yeah, this is mid-barracks guaranteed. See what else they can get off here. They can't go full megas because there's an outer tower still up on top lane.
Yep.
I mean, it feels like a mirror of last game, because I remember Yuki, I think it was a little bit earlier than this, getting 2 sets of barracks off of one fight. And it looks like that's...
Sorry, Lifestealer, he's got Aghanim Center just chilling in his backpack.
Yeah.
And still Aegis for 2 more minutes.
That Ag Scepter, like we talked about it being big last game, it feels kind of even bigger this game into the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
Then you really can't do anything against this Lifestealer. You hop in, can't attack him, can't attack anybody, you're just disarmed forever.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Infest, it pierces debuff immunity. Does the disarm from the Ags pierce it as well? Because if so, like, PA just doesn't get to play Dota, you know, between the AoE mute and the disarm, even if you pressure BKB in time, it's like, okay, because this Ags buff, how long does this last for? How long do you get infested with that? Doesn't say.
It says for a short duration. You know, precisely 1 short duration.
Okay. So we'll assume, I think it's like 4 or 5 seconds, which is most of your BKB.
Yeah. Ooh, they do find a damage amp rune for Wafts.
Uh-oh.
They're smoked up. They're still an Aegis on Buttery Greg. Stonks isn't quite with the team, though. He's going to be the one to break the smoke. Stun up when this guy's deleted. That is exactly the kill you need to start a fight for the side of Yuki. Now they're going to chase for more. They get the read that the rest of them. Further behind, Mr. Fishy blinks away. Setting up in the trees, but Bork is here. Can't quite get the bushwhack off, though, and now Buttery Greg right onto Shun. Bork is going to be the first follow PA in on the back line, finds exclamation, and Claire now turns towards Mr. Fishy, has the BKB, and tears through every single hero. Except for Buttery Greg, who's still walking down Shun, but has another Shallow Grave, now just forced to get into the creep, try to infest, but they bring down the creep. They have the dagger, do they have a stun that can get through the rage? They don't have a basher yet. It's on the courier, on its way to Wafts. Buttery Greg survives with 2 lives, but Yuki, they trade their supports for all 4 other heroes on Pudding, and Pendulum swinging the other way now. What more can they get off of this? No buybacks available for Pudding. Not very long respawn timers yet.
Yeah, you know, Zeus, I know why he wanted to Thunderbolt. He wanted to get the vision on the enemy team, but in that process, he revealed his exact location to the PA, and that cost him dearly. PA was able to just say, alright, I know you're in this trees, I don't care if you got friends with you. I'm gonna BKB because I know your Disruptor's dead. I'm gonna show up and just pop you.
And now you've got Basher on PA, working on an Assault Cuirass for Wraith King that's going to do even more armor reduction, alongside what we've already got from Dazzle, who's working on an Octarine Core. What did, Wasps did not like their tier 4 neutral choices, because they had one in the slot, and have just gone back to the Paladin Sword. Didn't notice. Yeah, they just didn't choose one.
Yeah, must have been a really bad selection. I feel like almost all of them are better than Paladin Sword.
Yeah. They smoke up top. I thought they were going to find Bork, but it's actually Shun who's forced to BKB. Trying to escape with the Trickster's Cloak. Oh, but the swap back is there in time. Has another Shallow Grave. Wafts, throws in the daggers. Looking for an angle into this fight. Miss Snow throwing in the stuns from the side. Dazzle does still get to get some hexes off. Exclamation gets blown up but respawns with the illusion. Infest and Mr. Fishy. explode now. They're set up out on 888. Still has the reincarnate. A lot of these heroes get multiple chances at life. Buttery Craig just trying to run down Squirrel through the trees. Now wafts in onto Claire again, finding the target. Now the epicenter into the Static Storm. Doesn't have the BKB going, controlled up, and going to get brought down. Does have reincarnate passive, but they're just controlling up the Ghost.
Ooh.
And that looked like it was going to be trouble for Pudding, but they position perfectly. Stonks knows exactly what their job is in these fights, and it's get the Static Storm on top of the Phantom Assassin. Exactly what they do.
Yeah, I mean, just another fight where PA can't see this Disruptor in time, isn't able to press the BKB early enough, and no buyback on PA for 60 seconds. And
Yeah,
they're
gonna look at the tier 4s. They're gonna say, "Hey Wafts, did you save for buyback?" And Wafts is gonna say, "Team, please hold for 40 seconds if you can, because." Right, it looks like they have convinced them to back away. It's like 888 kind of helping that cause, sending the skeletons into the base.
Yeah, and it's daytime, so they know that Roshan could be up again. It's not for, looks like another 2-3 minutes or so. Oh, actually, just 52 seconds Roshan will be up.
Yep.
So. And yeah, Strilling in the chat calling out PA is scary as hell. Very true. And this Wraith King Ags synergizes quite well with the PA, as you called out though. It's you can deal with it, right? You just have to think about it. You have to commit extra spells to dealing with the Wraith, and if you don't, you're gonna have big problems coming through.
Yeah.
Zeus now has that refresher. And they're gonna look at this Wraith King bottom farming alone.
Oh yeah, gets the jump in. It's gonna be one quick death set up by Mr. Fichet. Buttery Greg has the BKB trying to walk away. The Trickster's Cloak as well. Now finally is going to be revealed. The BKB wearing off. The Glimpse coming through. Gets the stun. They have the control, and they're going to bring down the Wraith King. Not going to really be able to find anything but Wafts. Checking for an angle.
RD2L really respecting Yuki no Fukushu. They press swap defensively on the Lifestealer, and they cast a smoke just to make sure that PA wasn't lurking nearby with this Axe.
Yeah. They've seen what Wafts can do in what looks like a fight that Pudding has already won. Just jumping in at the end. They see those daggers coming through. They go, okay, we're not taking chances. We're playing defensively. Forcing her to back away.
He's critting for Claire in the mid lane.
Oh. Manta dodge for the dagger. I think that was just to farm the wave, but it was nice timing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, I think he got really lucky there.
So it's another Aegis for Buttery Greg.
Walk's still 900 off of buyback. And the Wraith King 1,000 off of buyback as well. Let's check buyback status. So on the Radiant, the only person with buyback is the Dazzle.
Yep.
And the Hoodwink's quite close. We'll have it very soon. And like the Lion as well. It's really this PA and the Wraith King. If they don't get buyback soon, then the next fight they can just end the game on RD2L.
Yeah, very scary position for Yuki. Gotta get to that buyback gold.
I've been to hell and back to hell and back. Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
It's not.
They have this Aegis. Just picked it up, 4 minutes remaining. And it looks like they're gonna play this smart. They realize not being able to secure Megas is kind of holding us back. Being forced to kind of all in for this throne puts us in an awkward position. We want to be able to inflict longer lasting damage, something that's going to secure us more of an advantage in the game. Gonna knock down this tier 2 top and then look to push
Yeah.
for the last bit of barracks.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to look for the Megas here with this Aegis. There is quite a few more buybacks available now for Yuki. PA being the big one. Wraith King in line, not too far off.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Killer Ari has also... They've said something is exactly 5 seconds. I'm guessing that's the Infest Ags.
Radiant's top tower is under
Because I remember we were talking about the duration of that.
Lifesteal are gonna get poked here a little bit.
Oh, yep, but they've got the swap from Exclamation. They go...
Wait. No cooldown reduction. This is a 30-second CD max level. That's
Oh,
insane.
Wafts
Get it back. Wafts.
in, but everybody's here, and there's the Infest. And yeah, it goes through the BKB, has the disarm. Now they explode out, the bashes are there, but Waft's finally able to turn, but another bash comes through, gets the Shallow Grave off. Is Hexed up getting so controlled, the Shallow Grave is going to run out. They have the heals, no, is finally going to go down, does manage to blow up Exclamation once. And now onto Mr. Fishay, Bork helping finish off that kill. Bushwhack them the tower. Meanwhile, 8888 on the backline, doing the PA's job, finishes off Stonks, and going to bring down Claire as well. Buttery Greg, meanwhile, kills off Shun, so it's left to a 1v1. What buybacks are going to use? Bork will be the first one. You do also have the Venge Illusion walking around here, and 888 going to look to jump in, and Waft's back in as well. They get the stuns from the bashes in the Abyssal.
Infest.
And Fest back into PA, she just can't do anything, even getting bashed from inside. Oh my goodness. Back and forth, but yeah, now trying to set up on a Buttery Greg, trying to finish him off, still has an Aegis. That's just the Aegis they did, it looks like clear out the Venge Illusion in the meantime. Now they're just going to look to set up, they get the Bushwhack off perfectly timed before the Rage. It looks like it was still off cooldown as well, but yeah, they finally bring down the Lifestealer. It costs... 2 buybacks? 2 buybacks.
Yep.
But that is well worth it. It's the Lifestealer dead twice. It's a godlike streak to the Wraith King.
I still think that RD2L is okay with that fight, just because now you have the solid win condition for the next 6 minutes or so. PA is on dieback, and they didn't have any issue killing her the one time when they had their whole team there.
Yeah.
It was just after, you know, they didn't want to commit their buybacks and try and run in there. So it's still thin ice for Yuki no fukushu.
8s has bought out for the refresher, which...
Top lane, they stunned the PA.
The swab, and oh, top, yeah, they have the control on Wasp. Trying to escape, there's the Yules. To set up the stun. Oh, but there's the Static Storm, and that's the dieback on Wafts. No PA for 2 minutes. They look for too much, but now they're going to look for more. They don't need their Lifestealer to bring down the PA. As long as the Static Storm connects, there's just nothing she could do. 8's going to look for the TP, and will manage to get away. Now, how do you hold?
I mean, 100 seconds, no PA. The only thing is, if Lifestealer takes a long time getting to this fight, he's pinging out the outpost top. Needs a TP point to get here quickly.
Yeah, Shun had just taken it back, but they're gonna pick it up. Lifestealer will get there. Now you have to hold your base without your carry. No, the swap back on 8s. I mean, they have to kill this guy a lot of times. He has the Refresher Orb, but he doesn't have buyback because of it.
13 seconds.
Shallow Grave holding it up for now. The Static Storm, if it can connect, will be big. Hexclamation does go down. Shun is dead. Can they do anything with this extra time? One death has the refresh, so we'll get another. Still has the BKB as well, but there's the Static Storm. Swap to save Claire. Get the Finger of Death. They finish off Mr. Fishay. 8's healing up. Hexclamation, though, trying to control up this guy.
Lifestealer's down. Buttery Greg died.
Oh my goodness. Shun off of the buyback, and now they clean up Claire. Chasing forward. Just the supports left. They bring down the Venge Illusion. It's another Static Storm, but it's not going to matter. As, wow, without their PA, I mean... And it's a trade of buybacks. It's the Dazzle for the Sand King. Each team just, like, won a fight without their carry. But now the buybacks for R have been the ones that are more available. It's pretty even now, but they set up on Shun. This would be a big one. This is a dieback. Can 8s connect? This guy can survive for quite a while. Through the magic damage, has the shallow grave. Just trying to get time, and here comes Wraith King, blows up Hexclamation once. Now they have the control of the swap save from the Venge Illusion. The Hex out. Shun has been finished off. Just going off of that extra time. Now 8s doesn't have another Reincarnate available, so that's going to be a death. We'll have the delay, and now they're setting up on Bork with the Venge Illusion. 8s goes down, does have buyback available. Again, Bork looking for a TP away, will manage to get away with it. Wild.
Buyback, though. I mean, that fight mid earlier, it felt like they threw all of their static storms on top of Wraith King, and he just kind of stood in it and didn't die. Like, Lifestealer was trying to deal with the backlines, but I guess he assumed that Wraith King was dead, like he can't fight into it, but Wraith King is a lot tankier than this PA inside the static storm. He's able to just sit in there and soak it up, having 2 lives, you know. He was just able to eat all the damage, and Lifestealer got isolated on the back, got hit with a Hex, got hit with a Bushwhack, and just got popped, you know? Like, it's a weird situation, because if you, as Lifestealer, you're thinking, like, okay, the only thing that messes up my game is a PA or a Hex. So, PA's dead, let me just go kill Lion, get rid of the Hex, but he got too far from his team. He wasn't able to be supported by the rest of them, with this Wraith King standing between them.
Yeah.
Go for my master.
Now, PA buyback is back up in 2.5 minutes, so still a little bit dicey for now. But, I mean, if you take a favorable advantage, Lifestealer, he still has buyback, but who bought back last? Zeus? Yeah, Zeus doesn't have buyback for 6 minutes.
Yeah, 3 heroes on Pudding don't have their buybacks for 5-6 minutes.
Yeah,
Dazzles is 5, but the others on Yuki are 2. The Disruptor buyback does kind of... It's going to be up before the PA buyback, so that's pretty big. Makes it a lot harder for them to go high ground, because even if they pick off Stonks once, they have the buyback to get the Static Storm on top of PA still.
Yep. The initiative still, I would say, lies with Yuki no Fukushu, just because, you know, like you said, the buybacks are going to be ready sooner, so they might be more willing to take a daring play, being able to get back into the game should something happen.
Yeah. Got 1.5 minutes until the next Roche. Right now, Pudding are the ones set up on it, and it will spawn bottom. It looks like they should be able to get this Roche pretty freely.
PA actually buys out for this Nullifier, which is extremely powerful in dealing with the Sand King, as well as the Zeus, and the Disruptor, for that matter.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's, and I want to yell at the Sand King through the screen and say, don't buy the Wind Waker, you need a Lincoln's, but he's probably going to dump, you know, like 3,000 gold into 4,000 gold into an item that isn't really going to be able to help him much if he's anywhere near PA.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a good save item, but with the Nullifier already picked up, it gets completely nullified, and... I mean, he does have the Lotus, so you have... Well, no, because you can't, you can just reflect the Nullify. You're not blocking it.
Yep. So, other funny thing about PA is because you're blurred on wave all the time, they don't even know that she has the Nullifier. They might have seen the Helm of Iron Will earlier, but it seems like it hasn't dissuaded the Sand King from building this, and mid, the skeletons almost just take your melee racks.
Yeah, wow, that forces everybody back. You've still got the vision, but that gives up the Roche control right before Roche spawns.
Yuki seems to know. They're running everybody bottom.
Yeah, I think I didn't catch what the original time was, but I think this was... I mean, when I looked at it, it was like 2 minutes, and the most it can be is 3. So if they're tracking it, they know it kind of has to be up now.
Yeah.
And it looks like Pudding know that as well. As soon as they clear out the racks, they're right back towards Roche. And they're going to spot the supports under the wards there.
They saw the Wraith King as well. He was briefly under the Sentry and Yobs while he was Trickster cloaked.
Yeah, so it looks like Pudding are going to maintain their control. Did still have all of that vision up, so now they get to go into the pit, and Yuki have fully vacated. Not feeling like... I mean, it's... oh, they did... it's going to switch over to the Dire side now, unless they can hold it in place, which... With the bashes from Buttery Greg, it looks like that is indeed what they'll do.
They got kinetic field. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Think they're gonna give Roche immunity in the next patch when he's walking between things?
They might, but like the one that happened in Birmingham was such a cool play, where like the team it was what G2IG against Extreme, and G2IG like the fact that they just denied Extreme from being able to wait there and get it. I think it is hard enough to do that it is. I think it's a cool thing to leave in the game.
Yeah. Oh, and Hilary calling out in the chat, you can't invest the Venge illusion because it's an illusion. So after she dies, you can't target that apparently.
Huh.
Lifestealer's got the Scotty queued up. I guess just because PA has Paladin Sword, you want like some stick power and also lifesteal reduction as well. So Wraith King about to hit level 30. He's gonna get that Mortal Strike cooldown, and he's got a Refresher Orb, so...
Oh,
like
there's a damage ramp on Wafts, and the smoke is gonna break onto Hexclamation. But Mr. Fisher was waiting right there! Gets the setup stun into the Static Storm! And Wafts gets blown up. No BKB available. Did get that one kill on Hexclamation, but it does not feel as worth it. And now they set up on the 888.
Oh, mid.
Try to bring down this Wraith King. Stonks in the area as well. This is such a daunting task, though. Into the 3 lives of the Wraith King. They're going to get 1. And I think they're going to get more because Yuki are not positioned to be able to contest this. He's not even going to use the Refresher. He's going to save it for the buyback.
He's going to farm their wave, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it nearly gets it with the Radiance alone. Okay, so you've got your buybacks available. Certainly going to have to use them. I wouldn't mind seeing them get used right away, but maybe want to let Pudding get into the base before you reveal it.
Yeah.
Banner gets dropped right in the mid lane. They're going to kind of look to close this out. The Mega Creeps, they're going to be given up before they use the buybacks.
Radiant's top barracks.
I think they really are trying to sell that they didn't have these buybacks, and now they'll commit them. Now they'll look to get in. But everybody except Buttery Greg was hardly even in the base. The chase potential, the glimpse back is going to interrupt it. They do get a nice bushwhack. Wafts in, has the nullifier. Oh, the Static Storm comes out, but does still get blown up, and the BKB was in time. Now they control up Buttery Greg, and that's going to be the Aegis going down.
Just Aegis, he has rage.
Buyback from the supports. Epicenter coming in. Wafts back in onto the back line. Finds Claire with the health of 8s. Buttery Greg controlled up again after the Aegis. Big stun from the Burrow Strike, but both go down. Shun cleans it up. They're going to bring down the banner. Now it is time for Pudding to buy back. Man, giving up the barracks to get a more favorable fight off the buybacks. I thought it wasn't going to be enough. I thought Pudding positioned correctly, but they had just enough chase to get a very nice fight.
Yeah, Disruptor, he just... I mean, you can't see this PA for like 90% of these fights, right? She's just blurred. And they get just enough vision. I've been in this situation before, and I've told my Disruptor, just drop your ult. Literally just drop it right behind you so they can't chase. But, but it also feels really bad to use an ult as a zoning tool, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
they commit the rest of their buybacks. It's going to be 7 to 8 minutes before any hero on the side of Pudding can buy back. It's a 20,000 net worth lead for Yuki all of a sudden. The win probability still favoring putting the R in RD2L. We're about to hit 60 minutes, so the net worth lead really doesn't matter anymore anyway.
Yeah, you know, and these hexes, this Dazzle, he went this Octarine Core, and I'm like, what keeps hexing him? Who has the hex? Who has the hex? And it's literally just Dazzle spamming his Q on Lifestealer all the time, and Lion occasionally throwing his hex in. But
Yeah.
he was controlled up for a solid, like, 6 or 7 seconds there, just between those. He wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, it's a 1.6 second hex on, like, basically no cooldown. It's so hard to know what, like, the effective uptime of Dazzle's spells are.
Yeah. So I think if he cycles it appropriately, you can get Poison Touch off, or Lion Hex stuns, and then you can get another round of the Poison Touch off before he's able to rage.
Yeah. You got AoE Hex on Lion now, too. And here come the tier 5 items. We've got a Stygian Desolator, the Lifestealer, PA. Had been sitting on that Paladin Sword for so long. This is going to be the one that really amplifies PA, unless she did not get good options again. But Wind Waker is finished on Mr. Fish. A Seer Stone for Stonks is kind of insane. Also still sitting on a Refresher Shard from that last Aegis. Seer Stone for Zeus as well. Oh my god. Are they going to get the... Oh no, it's a Book of Shadows. It's more of a... More saves for Hexclamation. Force Boots for PA.
Yeah. That is one of those items you feel kind of conflicted about, because it doesn't do anything for you, really, other than free up an item slot as a core.
Yeah, I think it can be underrated on cores, though, because it's also an 8-second dispel, and, like, escape tool.
Oh, I didn't realize it dispelled as well.
Yeah, it's a basic dispel. Yeah.
Rapier time. Waff says, I know what I can do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's 62 minutes, and there's a PA. The level 30 PA, no less. So...
This is that exact situation where Divine Rapier feels perfect, because it's, to some extent, unexpected, and you know if you get the right dagger on the right hero, that it's over for them. There's no buybacks for 3 more minutes, 4 more minutes.
Yeah. Well, they've actually... Waffs has switched to queuing up the Satanic next.
Ooh. You know, I mean, if he's able to stall even longer alongside these Wraith King ults, like, that seems to be the problem for RD2L. They throw down the Static Storm. They have this Refresher to throw down an additional Static Storm. But once those are out, the fight's kind of over for them, right? Like, they don't... Most of their AoE control is gone at that point, so... If, as PA, you're able to press Satanic early and just find something to click, you can get Static Stormed and still be okay.
Yeah.
And with the Raging Eggs just buying you a ton of time, like, you're going to bait out both of those Disruptors and just tank them. So...
Putting smoke up, and they're eyeing the Radiant base. They're going to Zeus ult for Vision, immediately Rage off the root, and 8's TP's back, has the Giant's Rings. This is a big bad Wraith King now.
Yeah, 4,000 HP, 30 armor, and 2 lives, by the way.
Yeah,
actually 3.
3.
Sorry.
In putting... They are surviving this buyback timer that they're on. Caster vibe chat.
There's a DD in the top river.
Oh, that is a single little rock that can swing this entire game. Are the skeletons gonna see it? The skeletons are gonna see it.
Alright, this AI You see them walking in the mid lane and then immediately walking top just to get
But
extra reveal.
yeah, Claire ends up being the one to pick it up. Roche is available. Does anybody want it?
Right?
Like, I already have too many items. What do you mean you want me to get another one?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, I guess Ags would be cool on Lion, but he's got it queued already.
Yeah.
But Roshan is top.
Yeah, it looks like
and
Pudding is gonna get the Roche.
yeah, Yuki's not in any place to try and fight it.
No.
Just can get Ags off of this, so this is nice.
Yeah, that's actually huge.
Even more vision. The second Seer Stone.
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
The cheese ready to go as well. God. Again, we're well past the point where net worth really matters.
Are under attack.
But I noticed the Scotty on Bork, and I was like, how much money does this Hoodwink have? Oh, more than the Dazzle, more than the Sand King. It was more than the Zeus, but the Zeus just got 6,000 gold for free.
Yeah.
This is a farm squirrel.
I want to see him crit. Okay, so he's critting for 1,000 damage right
Yeah,
now.
the Stygian as well. It is.
Even I like a good ball.
I don't really know what you buy on Hoodwink at this point. It feels like you're kitted out. Like
Rapier?
the obvious candidate. Yeah, yeah. The obvious candidate to get rid of is the Mage Slayer, but also it is pretty value against the Zeus.
It is. The Hurricane Pike, I feel like, is a little weird, because, like, I don't know, maybe with the Scotty and Mage Slayer, you are making an effort to be right-clicking more and trying to take advantage of the, like, the attack range you get off of Scurry, which normally isn't much of a factor.
Yeah. I wonder if Lifestealer had the option for a Mirror Shield and passed it up. Because I see Sand King picked it up, and that makes a lot of sense to me. With Lifestealer, I don't think the problem is you're lacking damage. The problem is that this Wraith King Ags means that they stay alive for so long.
Yeah.
Like, you need more sustain, you need Rage to be on a lower cooldown or something. Heading into almost 70 minutes for this game, too.
Yep. Hexclamation, as Vengeful Spirit, is going to consider soloing a Tormentor. And now is going to be playing dangerously close to Wafts, who is blurred on the wave.
What with?
Yeah.
You know, it could just be me wanting an even more tense game than we're already in. Like, we're on a knife's edge game right here. But I really hope he doesn't buy the Satanic. Like, come on, man. Buy the Rapier. Buy
I know.
The PA item. It's gonna, like, double your damage. Also, he doesn't have a Conda, which, you know, I know the item's not, like, insane. Oh,
Down bot, they've set up on Miss Snow. They sneak their way into the base. They get the swap off. It's going to be the start to a high ground push. Yeah, this Ags is big. Already going to be the buyback. Forced out on Miss Snow. Oh, there's a gem there as well. Is there anybody that wants to carry it? Okay, yeah, Stonks will pick it up. There's some more Stonks for you.
yep. Waft's still cutting the bottom wave.
Yeah.
And Hoodwink alone was able to pop the Disruptor Aeon Disc, so that's down for 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, the Aeon Disc. The Aeon Disc feels so bad at this point. There's a Nullifier, and there's Hoodwink and PA who will both just, like, accidentally pop the Aeon Disc.
Yep.
Bounty.
Do you consider getting rid of Battle Fury at this point on PA?
Like, what do you... Like, you have to get a Rapier now. You have the Satanic. I guess you could get a Moon Shard if you really
Yeah.
don't want to get a Rapier. But yeah, I think the Battle Fury has to be what you cut, right?
It's either that or Deso, but Deso, it's so damage efficient, especially with an item like Rapier, that, you know, it feels horrible to cut that.
Yeah.
They're also practicing some shenanigans on the side of Yuki. They use like 3-4 stabs on Wraith King just to move him around. Not sure what that's about. I think both teams are rightfully very scared about this next fight. Like, you know, we saw at one point Yuki had like a 30k net worth lead, which they've been holding the gold advantage for the past like 15-20 minutes or so, after not having it for the first 50 minutes of the game. So, okay, smoke out coming in from the Radiant.
Yep.
You're gonna see life on this wave.
Oh, they get a bushwhack on Buttery Greg, but able to rage away before more stuns come in. Now they have some control onto Bork, but force-staffed away. Oh, the jump onto Stonks! That's the big one! Buttery Greg is able to get into 8s. The BKB already done on the PA. Now jumps away. Gem on the deck. Wraith King hits the deck once. Buttery Greg now forward into Bork. They have the Shallow Grave. Wafts back in.
Greg's on the PA.
Oh my goodness, the stun's going both ways. The bashes, who can they control? Who can they bring down? The swap away! It's not enough! Now they turn towards Hexclamation, and everybody is dead on Pudding. Except for Claire. Except not for Claire. They did get one more life out of the Wraith King. It doesn't have a respawn for 100 seconds. I mean, it's gonna be 5 buybacks, and then Yuki goes back to their base, right? Like,
yeah, I don't know if 888 was doing that to flex, or if he couldn't see the Zeus, but he popped his ult because of the AoE reincarnation stun, but he also had regular Wraithfire Blast available, so...
Oh.
Maybe a style thing right there, I don't know. Using a 105-second ability to style on him in a 72-minute game, I would never do something like that. This guy's crazy, so...
This should make my life easier.
It looks like they're going to be able to save Buttery Greg's buyback. There are other 4 buybacks to defend.
Wraith King floating 13,000 gold.
Oh my god.
Already has a Moon Shard.
Yeah. Does PA have a Moon Shard? Buy PA a Moon Shard. PA could buy her own Moon Shard. PA needs to buy their Rapier. Is not going to.
You know the item's like widely overrated, but I really feel like if PA gets rid of Battle Fury and just buys Conda or Rapier, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, the Conda too.
Yeah, because I mean, you press that one time, and you've got the triple strike dagger talent, so I guess that might be part of the reason why you don't necessarily want it, because you can't control who gets hit with it. Whoever just gets hit by the first dagger.
Yeah.
Somebody bought a Rapier. It was Lifestealer.
There it is. Which means...
Worth noting, he also bought out.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Conda on PA, like you just insta kill this disruptor. Like it's not close.
Yeah. Yeah, 10k gold sitting on the PA. I mean, at least get a Moon Shard. Like, if nothing else, just get the free buff. Oh, they have a Bushwhack, but the swap is there. Sharpshooter connects through. Wraith King is going to eat a Static Storm. Wafts looking for the angle, jumps forward onto Hexclamation. Is muted up, though. Ends has the disarm. They have the control. Wafts is dead.
888 trying to run
Oh,
away.
out of respawns, 12 seconds until refresher. It's not going to be in time. They bring him down first. Now the 2 big bad cores of Yuki, they're the ones who fall. Rapier on the deck. No. Wraith King bought a Rapier, and he's Wraith King. He just has to TP home. Miss Snow is going to go down. Like, with the Wraith King Ags, like, that's why you get Rapier on that guy. Is that you can defend it for free. You can just escape during
they use glints.
Your Ags. Maybe.
Wasn't able to get out, so now who has the second Rapier?
Zeus.
Ooh, ooh.
which is set to magic damage because that's a thing you can do now.
You can't kill a king who's dead.
I gotta say, isn't there like a tier 2 neutral item that gives you 15% spell damage? I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I think it's
This
more
is
for
another
these
better
situations.
option.
The swap back on 8s. Buyback on PA now. They still don't have lines buyback for a little bit longer. You have another reincarnate. Exclamation is going to go down once. Bork trying to get the damage in. Where's Wafts trying to find the angle around these static storms, but the fresh is there.
Last static storm.
Oh, sets up on Exclamation. There's no more static storms left. The damage on a Buttery Craig! Now that rapier goes down, and there's no more buybacks on anybody for the side of Pudding. They finished off Wraith King. He doesn't have a buyback. The creeps are hitting the Ancient. But Wafts is trying to hit all the heroes. They're trying to control the PA. Shun has controlled up the creeps. They're getting the creeps off the rapier. Finally, there is a rapier on Wafts. Why buy one when you can just find one on the floor?
7 minutes, no buyback.
I mean, I'd say this has to be game, but there's still the Lifestealer buyback. They've held on to this for this long, but he's lost his rapier, and that was a big part of his last fight.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, because he didn't have buyback, and then like 2 seconds after he was dead, he somehow did again, so I don't know. Maybe he had bought something with his courier. Yeah, he had something on his courier at the secret shop, I guess.
Okay, yeah. I think he was pretty close to buyback as well.
Oh, okay.
Before going down. I think he was only a few hundred gold off.
Yeah, I mean, that Mortal Strike, the Lifestealer was at half, and Wraith King just turned around and was like, bye.
Yeah. So that was... Where's the... There's still the second rapier on Zeus.
Well, they find
Oh, they find Mr. Fishay! The Sand King's dead. That's 2 minutes, no buyback. Wafts is just going for the tier 4s. They have the Fortify, and they're going to get Buttery Greg to respawn and have buyback. Ooh, the Reflected Hex. But these buildings, they're just going down so fast. They have the Deso on Wafts. They have Bork hitting with the Stygian. BKB, the Fortify was already used. The Ancient goes down. Yuki no Fukushu takes game number 2 in 77 minutes.
Ooh.
My goodness. That is an absolutely insane game. And Yuki are up 2-0 now in this best of 5 grand finals. How do you, like, after, I feel like you had such a big, literally, I think we touched, what, like 94% win probability on Pudding at the 40-minute mark?
Yeah.
That's so hard to come back from for a game 3. But somehow they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to figure out how to win a game in 2 more. I mean, really incredible patience from Yuki. Those team fights, again, so chaotic. This time turned up to 11 with rapiers going to the floor. Who do you got for an MVP in all of this mess?
I mean, it's a dead tie for me between Wafts for navigating through, like, finding the exact right target at the exact right time in multiple fights in a row. Not easy to do, and especially when you're in a situation where he was bought out for pretty much every fight up to like 35 minutes. You know, he's like, I need this BKB and we have to get on Zeus. The second option for MVP though is Wraith King ult for just keeping everyone alive and allowing Wafts to get so many kills after he had already been bursted through. So, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think I gotta give it to Wafts. Yeah, I completely agree about the positioning in those fights. There were so many times where we just saw, like, there were times where Woffs got punished for sure, but there were so many times where we saw Woffs just like get that perfect angle into the fight, find the disruptor, find the Zeus, clear them out, set them on the path for the win. Yeah, that was bonkers. I'm really looking forward to game 3. We're gonna have a quick break. Looks like the lobby is already up as well, so it should be pretty quick. So we'll be back soon.
Dire team ban.
Hello, everybody. We are back for game number
Dire
3
team ban.
of our WLDL 2024 Diadem Bracket Grand Finals between Putting the R in RD2L versus Yuki no Fukushu.
5
Yuki
seconds
is
remaining.
up 2-0 in this best of 5 after a wild 77-minute game 2. I'm Whitehawk. I am back with Strilling for game 3. How are you feeling
Hello.
after that crazy game?
That was an insane game to watch. I managed to cook, eat an entire meal, hurt myself, and come back off of IR for
Oh, no.
game 3. Thank you, root canals.
Oh,
10 seconds
So
remaining.
yeah,
Radiant
no, that was
team
that
ban.
was a nuts game to
Radiant
watch.
team
Yuki
pick.
somehow leading the series 2-0, coming from the lower bracket after being put there by putting the RD2L.
yeah.
And Yuki is putting them back in the Stone Age or whatever. I don't know. I think that this needs to not be a life stealer. This is the
Yeah.
first time
Seconds remaining.
I think putting the R and RD2L at that first pick
Yes.
to my memory
5
in the
seconds
series.
remaining.
This cannot be a life stealer. I can't see it again out of Buttery Greg. I'm sorry. Pick the jug.
Dire team pick.
You're a killer on that hero. Venom.
Ooh,
Fuck it.
okay.
Banana Man.
That
I like
is a different percentage-based
Radiant
hero.
team ban.
And Yuki bring back the Primal Beast. It gets through the bans because they take out Bork's Hoodwink this time.
You know what? But like Veno opening into what they've been
Radiant
trying to
team
do,
ban. Dire
it's a
team
hero
ban.
that complements like the disruptor idea that they did. A couple of other like supports that they've tried out. But my thing with this hero is that you have I think a superior vision game like proactively,
Dire team
and you're able to just like unleash your keyboard when you are getting gone
Radiant
on as a
team
support, unlike a disruptor who feels like you're so valuable that you don't want to use your ult when you're going down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know you kind of referenced it before, but you want a hero on support if they're dying that they just let it rip.
10
And they don't
seconds
think too much
remaining.
about it. And Veno, perfect hero for that. The ultimate's built for that.
5 seconds
Yep.
remaining.
So, and especially into a primal beast, it'll be nice even with the dispel. But Zeus also making a return.
Yeah, stolen, because it was Claire playing it last game for Pudding.
And it looked really good in Claire's hands. So
Yeah.
I think this is a great steal. It doesn't show too much. It's pretty easy to pick early. You've all of a sudden picked likely 2 cores, but not necessarily 2 cores. And so
Mhm.
your draft is really flexible with a 24 pick. Like this is scary,
Yeah.
I think.
Like you have 2 heroes that could be the mid laner, but neither have to be. Like you can pick a mid on 24 still after you've already picked 2 potential mids.
Correct. And putting the R and RD2L have 2 picks to make right now, and they're already burning through the clock because they know what has been done to them. They know they've
Yep.
been done dirty in this draft, and Yuki,
Radiant team
they
pick.
again they've done their research. They came prepared. Putting the R and RD2L, they're going to the playbook right now. You know what I mean? Like 100%. They just pulled out 2 heroes we haven't seen this series.
Yep.
Looking to play to a tempo that they haven't played
10
to this
seconds
season. I
remaining.
think like they've not picked anything that looks like this support
5
duo
seconds
in my
remaining.
memory. This is like high tempo, it's high vision, team play, death ball. It's also like counter death ball, right?
Mhm.
You're kind of you see the Yuki team that's ganging up with this like kill squad again, this PA that wreaked havoc last game, the Jug in the first game, that wants to just kind of go on whatever they see. This is a team so far that says no, you can't.
Yeah.
Like we're going to catch you one way or the other. And yeah, so definitely adapting, which
Dire
they've not
team pick.
been forced to do in a series.
Ooh.
I think this entire season, right? Like they've not dropped a series to my
I
knowledge.
believe that's correct.
So this is them on the back foot. right now they are playing for their lives. They're playing for the crown, the diadem, if
10
you will,
seconds remaining.
and Bloodseeker. And again, I think this is a
5
hero
seconds
I feel like
remaining.
I've seen in multiple roles. I feel like Greg has done well on it before, but I also feel like I've seen Claire play it, and it kind of uh, I see it as a hero that Claire could play with success.
And Yuki now are gonna steal the Lifestealer. They're gonna say, "You couldn't win with Lifestealer, but we can. Let us show you how to do it."
Ultimate
10
flex, by the
seconds
way.
remaining.
Gotta respect it when you see a team
5
lose
seconds remaining.
with a hero twice, and you're like, here, let me show you how it's played.
Yeah. Also looking back, it looks like there was one series. It was the last series of the group stage. The Mongrels beat Pudding 2-0. It was the one series they lost before this.
Mongrels also, I think, we're playing the Diadem Grand Finals right now. They are a team that qualified for it last year, and although the series wasn't played,
10 seconds
made
remaining.
strong showings this season. Hakuna Marana
5
also
seconds remaining.
came, and I think 2-0'd them late in the lower bracket.
Yep.
So I think all of the teams of this Diadem division, while we are here celebrating two of them, we should make note that all four of them were excellent this year and made for
100%.
some really, really good series that I think almost didn't get enough showtime in a way,
Yeah.
just because there were a lot of
Radiant
teams
team
in
back.
Crown and Circlet that people tuned in for. But these teams have been quietly impressive and competitive.
Yeah, for sure. There was also a lot of Monday night games for like almost the entirety of Diadem bracket was played on Monday night, and so it's a lot harder for casters to.
It says something about the state of RD2L Monday, honestly. SMH. I will say this is the first time actually I went back and reviewed the tape. I don't see a Bloodseeker in any of their games for putting the R in RD2L.
Oh yeah.
Not a single time. And I think Slardar is also a brand new pick. No, they picked it twice.
Yep, they have a couple Slardar games. This is what I want to say. You and Ape individually mentioned Slardar as the Lifestealer counter.
Yeah.
In the last two drafts, so Pudding are like, we were waiting for you guys to pick this hero when we picked Lifestealer. Like, this is how you beat the Lifestealer anyway, but this is how you beat the hero, right?
and normally I would agree, but Pudding has been put in their place, and I think they clearly they value the heroes of the meta on the professional level in a way that Yuki tend not to. They tend to play towards comfort. I mean, Miss Snow, we can go back and look at the tape, but I can already tell you that she's mostly played like 3 or 4 heroes that she finds comfortable and wants to play.
Yeah.
Same thing with like Shun and to a degree like Wops. Like, we keep seeing them do well with heroes and play out of the box styles, but it's only because they are so comfortable in the hero that they feel like they can like improvise with it, right? It's like watching jazz. You like jazz? The Shadow Shaman and Veno, I also want to point out are brand new picks as well. So like they are unveiling a new draft, a new meta, turning a new leaf.
I have 3 Veno games for Pudding.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm looking at.
Dun dun dun.
I have Exclamation playing it 3 times and winning all 3 of those games.
I'm looking on Dota Buff. Oh, okay, I see it now. I think I need classes. But yeah, no, they do have a 100% win rate. I see that now. This team has a lot of pick diversity. 46 total heroes on this season.
Yeah,
which is pretty impressive.
Dire team pick.
Anti-Mage to close things out. So this is a mid. Well, I'm not gonna say this too confidently because we've seen there are other teams in WLDL that enjoy like a mid anti-mage. But imagine this is carry AM mid Bloodseeker offlane Slardar. is how I imagine you do this. That's the most standard way to do this.
I would assume so as well. The Anti-Mage is also another hero that is not, in the heroes they played. The Bloodseeker, I gut instincts feel like Claire is taking this Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
I feel like AM feels like more of a Greg hero, just off of the vibes.
In Slardar, we see that Fishy has played. I mean, first of all, Slardar kind of is Mr. Fishy. And then also the other, like, the last 2 games Mr. Fishy has played a Blink Initiator, so.
Yeah, that's like kind of what my gut read is. It's kind of like Claire reminds me more of like a player like Two Flakes for people in the community, where it's not that 2 couldn't succeed on some AM or some like exclusively like be flighty and cut waves and do stuff like that, but more so that 2 wants to go kill things, and like play as an active, like I think of like active carry or active core versus like passive farming core, and Greg represents like perfection in farming and great participation in fights, but like ideally they align with farming routes and not the other way around. Whereas somebody like Claire likes to be involved early, and kind of make movements, which I think, if you look at the setup, it stuns into silence. That's the idea. Not drain mana into win fight. It's AM doesn't want to show here. Hats draft.
We've also got this last pick, Wind Ranger, which is going to go in the mid lane, that I want to talk about too, because Wind Ranger into Bloodseeker feels a little scary, because you like to run around a lot.
Yeah, but you also like turn in like super invisible or whatever like that. Like the new wind run, you don't mind as much if you're not moving around that much.
That's true.
And you could also like argue that there's like a life stealer behind you. It is funky. I have never seen that shaman set. What the hell is that? What in the Lovecraftian nightmare?
Hold on, I gotta look at this again.
What the?
Oh, that's no, I do know what you're talking about. It's the new one. This is in one of the treasures in Crownfall.
I don't pay attention to Dota for like 2 seconds, and they add they add this. They add the Kraken. What the hell?
I like
anyway, it is sick as hell. I need it.
He's also got, like, in the draft screen, he had the frog head on. So he's got the frog immortal for the shackles, which is...
It's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hats...
I give it to this RD2L team. I don't care. That's the sickest thing I've ever seen. And Bloodseeker also a hero with bad sets, and you have a good one. So.
Yeah, I like these weapons. I feel like I haven't seen those before, and they're very cool.
Yeah, no.
Exclamation, a bit of an understated Veno set, but I dig it. I like the colors on it.
So yeah, whose draft do you like better? I'll be honest, straight up, and say I don't love the Wind Ranger, but not really because of the Bloodseeker. But I also think that the team comp of RD2L is very squish, with the exception of AM, who's gonna have a good game.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Well, they're gonna get a stun on the rune. This is the first time we've had any kind of rune fight in this series. Yuki looking to get off to this early start, but it's Miss Snow that's getting brought low, and Stonk's making the rotation around, and yeah, it's going to be Miss Snow getting brought down. Bork is...
Stonk still isn't skilled. This gets dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Bork's getting held right here, I don't care.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Fishy's right there. Yep, there's the shackle. That is both supports going down, so putting... I believe that's their first blood of the series.
Great patience, and I think that this is gonna be like a renewed level of focus from this team, which has already been intensely high in a series that has already gone like over 2 hours or something.
Yeah.
But this is game time, baby.
Yeah,
It's
this
AM. It's AM time. It's Wind Ranger. They're picking the flex on them heroes. So
yeah. Yeah, this is like the ultimate, like, does putting the R have the mental game? Because it was a really tough game one. You at least battled back. You're feeling all right. As Buttery Greg, it's a good amount of damage, but 8s does as well.
8 mana.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's like you try to battle out of this tough game one, then you get the early lead in game 2, but it slips out of your hands in what becomes like a crazy game. It's like, can you reset from a 78-minute game? Can you reset being down 0-2? If you can come out and win this game, you can win the next two, for sure.
In traditional sports terms, it's clutch time, right?
Yes.
Like this is like whether you got it or not. And yeah, definitely a mental hurdle and obstacles kind of barely puts it. At the end of the day, it's a for fun Dota league, but this is for your credibility, your ego and pride, and the name of the league from which you come, literally in the title of your team.
Let's see. Down bot. I was about to start talking about not bot, but then Stonks started getting low. Now 8s is getting beat up by Buttery Greg.
Yeah, it's back and forth for sure.
Everybody living. There's been, I guess this is the opposite of what we've had in the bot lane for the last two games, because they've switched map sides. But I feel like bot lane, at least last game, was also very, like, everybody playing on the edge.
Yeah, I don't really, again, the Lifestealer lane is really usually the problematic one. Where, and by problematic I mean nothing happens. It's so fucking boring. And this time Wops is on the Lifestealer and therefore gets to enjoy the first 10 minutes of the game. Whereas Greg's got to battle for his life and the life of the Primal Beast as well. Like it's back and forth, but ultimately this is like a low damage lane. In some respects, with like a muted Primal Beast with low mana, and then once you do have low mana, Buttery Greg hits like a buttery noodle, and 4 Zeus, 5 Shaman, like that's not where you want to lane these heroes. They're not having a great time having to like buy mana. They don't want to buy mana. They want to buy mana regen. But so it goes.
Ooh, up top, Miss Snow is taking quite a bit of dot from the Veno. And this is going to be powering up Claire. This is like the kind of sneaky thing about like a Veno with a Bloodseeker, even playing on different parts of the map, is like it's going to be hard to keep your health pools up against a Veno, and that's going to make Claire's life a lot easier. But so far, it has been Shun with this like one wave last hit lead so far.
Yeah, and this I will say that Hexclamation has been doing a great job of keeping Wafts down specifically. I mean, we've talked about how Lifestealer is not a hero that's easy to keep down, and most heroes have a tough time of doing it. Veno is actually a hero that can pull it off at times, and going back to this draft, this totally new pudding draft, has killed bottom. Greg gonna get a nice reflect onto Bork.
Yeah, 8 and Bork were playing like behind the tower down here bot, and Buttery Greg and Stonks, and you can see they're sitting low. It was scary for them, but they do punish.
Yeah, playing with fire. But the synergy between something like the Veno or the Slardar and the Bloodseeker really can't be talked about enough, where you're kind of in this situation where it's like, well, am I laning against one of the heroes that is certain to take my health down and give Bloodseeker a better time? Or do I lane against the AM, lose my mana, and have a worse time farming?
Yeah.
and be at risk of rotations constantly. Like, Yuki are even more, I think, incentivized to play together as a team in this game, and have chosen only a few heroes that can kind of do stuff outside of that past like 20 minutes. Wind Ranger, I think, being the choice, and that's probably why they chose that last pick. Needing something that can be extremely flexible in how it approaches the waves. Mr. Pichet and Wafts engaged in battle into the death top.
Yeah, trying to stun up and bring down the Life Stealer, but the stun, this Earth Spike from Miss Snow, gives Wafts the distance.
Is Lifestealer TP's home immediately, not trying to give Claire too
yeah.
easy of a time in the rotation, who was already running, like, sprinting top.
Yeah, Claire wanted that, but now it's going to be kind of low health, low mana coming back to the mid lane.
Ironically, actually had a haste, and I think might have been slower going top because of it.
Does haste rune lock you at 550
Yeah.
if you have something else that could put you higher?
Yep.
That is wild. And for all of that, the kill that happened there was actually bot. And they've already respawned, so I don't even remember who died. It was Bork killing Stonks.
Meaningless kills.
Support on
Senseless
support violence.
Death. Yeah, we have to bring a stop to it. End the violence, y'all. Let your cores farm in peace. Don't bother them with this nonsense. Fichet, Wafts, Snow. Sounds like a Reservoir Dogs lineup. Okay. Exclamation, walking menacingly. Nice block. Sick Venom. What a... Oh, give that man a tip. I don't care. That was... I love when people block with, like, wards.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, an aspect of this support duo is that you make a lot of wards that are annoying with the amount of damage they deal and annoying to click on to get rid of them. So we're gonna get the rotation from Claire down bot.
Wind Ranger literally can't do it, basically. Like, it's actually super frustrating to try. And then if you want your Life Stealer to do it, like, you really want to use Rage Time on hitting Venno and Shadow Shaman wards.
You're right.
You know what I mean? Which, by the way, they still do physical damage. Like, all of that hits you.
Yeah.
Eat all of that to the face. And we'll probably be getting your regen reduced when, Poison Sting, when you're not debuff immune. So it's going to be a tough game.
Claire really wanted to find a kill bot, but ends up... Like, 8's just onslaughts away for a while, and it gives Shun enough time to fully take that tower in the mid lane.
Yeah? I mean, I think that's a bit of a misappropriation of resources, or skill points, maybe more particularly. I struggle to understand Exclamation's thinking, is what I will put it as. If they were 1-2-2 or 1-1-3, they could hold that mid tower no problem. With 3-1-1, they ain't holding shit. They're just killing the Snow on occasion.
Yeah.
Or, like, if they get it on the Wind Ranger, if they get it on the Primal, then something happens. Like, it's powerful, but it's not good at holding towers. And ult up on the Exclamation, so now they're looking for Wops, who use the Rage already.
Yeah, they've already hexed out Mr. Fichet, but gets the Infest into the Snow. Very nice positioning, able to escape into the trees.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're still trying to get damage into this tower and into Wafts, but now you're going to get the rotation on the Wind Ranger and Mr. Fichet. They get the Focus Fire immediately. They have slows, they have the stuns, try to get away, but There's Bork with the ult, and Finger of Death from Miss Snow connects. Brings down Hexclamation as well. A very nice rotation from Shun.
Dire's middle tower is
Fantastic
under attack.
rotations.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wow. And Claire, trying to make something of this Shun TP, knows that they can't just get out for free.
Yep.
And is going to try to make them pay for it.
Radiant's bottom
Oh,
tower
this is so scary for Shun. Miss Snow's there as well. Here comes Stonks with the Hex. And they're going to control up this Wind Ranger and bring it down.
Primal does have Pulverize behind. Has a mech, kind of a weird build, but
Oh, yeah.
respect it.
I'm going to charge forward over towards Stonks. Has the Pulverize, and yeah, it's going to tear apart.
I like the idea of going this mech into Greaves build. Because you're just like you're just countering the Bloodseeker concept, right?
Yeah, you keep everybody back up at full health. You're not letting them get this Bloodseeker super crazy.
Slardar, Venno, because that's the thing normally. Oh,
Level 6 versus level 9, 8's just running in on Claire. Is going to back up a bit now.
Yeah, again, I think this is like this either a discomfort with the heroes thing or just a bit of like a misjudgment as to how you want to play. I mean, Claire is playing a straight magic build Bloodseeker. I was gonna like
That Dagon.
Like criticize the build for a second as far as like not maxing or at least getting 3 points in thirst, which is very typical. But they have elected to max Blood Rage, 2 points in Blood Red already, and yeah, building a Dagon. So they want to.
Eight's gonna try to onslaught away from the Rupture, but now just turns, hits the Pulverize, hexed up by Stonks, and stunned up man almost managed to turn that around on Claire. Oh, the power shot hits Claire, but it's
no way
quite enough to finish.
That's so funny.
Oh, but Bork has it. Bork hits the ult.
Wow. What a power shot. And
oh, now they're going to set up. Oh, gets the shackle on that one weird tree. They do hex up, survive the focus fire for now, but Miss Snow able to interrupt the shackle.
Yeah, so that. There's a lot of really funny like double play going on here. So, like you see the Rupture get used on the Primal, which makes sense. Primal Onslaught, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But then the mech kind of just restores them to like full health again. You know, so they're totally able to eat Rupture and ignore it with this mech build. It's very creative, very ingenious.
Yeah. And with the full Greaves, we'll have the Dispel for like Venno's stuff. There's other places you can get a Dispel, but that one's a perfectly serviceable one. Yeah,
and the level 15 Dispel on Primal Beast also, like there's a lot of things coming out from RD2L, and they're going to get rid of them all. At the end of the day, Claire is not looking to play for like these long engagements, right? Like this is indicating like burst, I want to kill you build. We're going to die in the top lane.
Oh.
Mr. Fishade also going to kill.
Two more tower shots survives.
Oh my god. Literally getting away with bloody murder up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Well,
That's
not
crazy.
comparably bloody as other kills will be in this game, as the Bloodseeker didn't get involved, but
yeah, that's very fair. This Bloodseeker build is doing something to my brain right now.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what a Blood Rage Dagon looks like. And if it's actually good. I
think it is good. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. It's just, is it the thing that wins them this game?
Yeah.
You know? They do have pretty low HP heroes across the board, with I think Yuki having a bigger pool, but certainly not out of the range of like a Bloodseeker, plus like Shaman initiation. Because that's another thing, is they do have a lot of sources of spell amp and physical amp debuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, the Hex.
Yeah.
The Hex damage amp, or Blood Rage and Dagon. I want to see somebody get turned into a sheep, and then that sheep get instantly fried.
Nice mutton chop. What's scary is that if RD2L wins this game, they're going to be burning the Midnight Oil. They're going to be going all night.
Oh, yeah.
To solve who is the winner.
We're gonna get a smoke from Pudding down towards the bottom lane.
They're almost on top already.
Spot 8s. They're kind of in the middle of a few heroes, but they get the Hex stuns up. They have so much control for 8s. They'll look for the TP away, but it's not going to do it. Nice shackle onto 2, though, as Shun shows up. Oh, but now gets trapped inside the ward. Stonk trapped in there with them. So we'll trade themselves. Hexclamation goes down as well. Bork trying to finish off Claire, but it's not quite enough. So all in all, it's a 2 supports for a Primal Beast. I feel like both teams don't hate how that went. Yuki get a bit more gold for it.
Yuki gets to stay on their side of the map, and at the end of the day, Buttery Greg is not strong enough to ward off this team, so they might push their luck into the tower with things like the Rupture and the Shaman wards being down. But it looks like they'll back off and respect the TPs that are coming in after planting a cheeky ward. Ooh, I love these wards. This is such like a pro level move. Instead of posting up on that high ground that gets checked every 2 minutes religiously, maybe you plant a sentry there as if you checked it yourself, and then you plant a deeper ward. And the spot that people do not think to check is like right on top of or near the watchers, because they just assume that they have vision there, or if they see that it's like dead or dormant, then they assume you don't, but you do, and you see them, and you're coming for them. Hexclamation specifically, I think, is a big user of this in like Nyx gameplay. You know, you set up, you like go take a watcher just in the middle of enemy territory for no reason, and then you watch them like take it 3 minutes later, and then you still have a ward on top of them.
Yeah.
And then they farm it and they die. Love it. Fichet going up on 8 in the top lane.
Oh yeah, doesn't have a ton of health to work with. Shun making the rotation over, but Stonks has the control. Stop the Wind Ranger from getting involved in this. Now they get the Rupture out on Shun, and it's just running everywhere. The Dagon comes through, the wards as well. Now trying to stand their ground, and Miss Snow's there with the control, and Claire's going to be the one that goes down. They found Mr. Fichet as well. Shun does finally fall, but 8 charges through onto Stonks, getting slowed up. Hexclamation actually just standing their ground, fully stopping 8s.
Wow. What a man up play from Shun.
Yeah.
I mean, Yuki really like turning these fights on like the razor's edge. It doesn't seem like they have the juice yet on Pudding. I would like to see you know, some of these talents come out. The 8% Rupture initial damage like at 15 is what I really look to for the Bloodseeker, because that gets amplified to like 15%, and you know, gets closer to being like Dagon burst worthy.
Interesting. If you have the Hex Immortal on Shadow Shaman, Pig Pole turns you into a sheep. As Shun finds the stray sheep, and 8s is going to be there to clean it up.
My brain did not know how to process the sheep one. That's one of the things that I don't acknowledge, but most of the like that question when it comes up in Dota trivia is always the hardest one. Like, what do they turn into when they're hexed? I'm like, I don't know. They bounce around. There's a frog, there's a sheep, there's a pig.
Oh, Shun, they get this Bloodseeker's combo into him. The onslaught through actually deals a little more damage to Shun. Mr. Fichet jumps into everybody, but it's just gonna be a trade kill.
Yeah, accidentally double clicked on the Fichet.
Ooh, they've trapped up the Zeus in the wards, but the charge pushes him out of the wards. Now Stonks up to the high ground. Oh, the Mana Void, though, blows them both up as Buttery Greg has shown up to the fight. We have not been talking about what this AM has been up to as Claire chases forward towards Miss Snow. Lion able to blink away.
Tower is under attack.
Okay, Buttery Greg, Battle Fury Yasha, Manta not far behind it.
Tower has fallen.
So AM's been getting farm.
Wafts is of the same mindset as Greg in the sense of like fuck Radiance. We ball with the armlet Deso lifestyle.
Yeah.
But they are opting for a blink to more easily get into fights next.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's like a save tool as well. Thinking to like jump in the Wind Ranger who keeps getting ruptured and barely living in these fights. Kind of keep that going.
Yeah, it is like I feel like you so rarely see a blink dagger on a lifestealer because you just piggyback off of your teammate's initiation. As Wafts is going to be seen here, trying to hide in the trees, but they have the vision. And Ruptured Up, trying to run away, is just gonna die. Oh, but they get the shackle and the pulverize through. Okay, they're gonna get the return kill onto Claire.
Yeah, almost gets out with the infest. Just ran a little bit too far. But yeah, I think Blink on Lifestealer is underrated. But I think that's because most infest bombs are a little bit too complicated to pull off, or like oftentimes you don't want to resort to them because infest is your way out. For example, in this game, if you infest bomb, you get ruptured and you die.
Yeah.
Every time. Like infest is your ticket out of a rupture, or like even out of like dumb things like Veno ult or whatever. So like you don't want to start off a fight with it basically unless you have the eggs, which is I think
die by my blade.
where things get a little bit more like touch and go.
Yeah.
Also 20-second cooldown, so LOL eat me.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, I think that was why we saw Wafts run so far in the rupture. So he was like, I just need to get to a teammate to infest, and then I'm fine.
Yeah, he just ran a little bit too far. Zeus was actually right there. But yeah, see, as soon as he comes out of the infest, as soon as he comes out, he's immediately ruptured.
Oh. The armlet toggles.
Yeah. Oh, it's scary. Again, like going armlet into a Bloodseeker is a very curious build. And it makes sense. It makes sense on some level because you know for a fact that like there's gonna be a Slardar and that their way of killing you is through physical damage. Like you do want the armor, and the evasion is not as helpful because I don't believe it affects things like wards. But I don't know how much clicking you're gonna be doing. Like there's a rupture, there's a lot of stuns, there's like there's a Veno. Like just be happy with radiance damage and blowing things up with infests.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You're already the BKB hero. You don't need to be the BKB and click hard hero.
Excuse me. Permasneeze, we were on game 3. Yuki is up 2-0. Is also in the stream title for your convenience, as they're going to set up. Oh, the beautiful shackle. But Shun is ruptured up, trying to run through. Set up onto Stonks now. They'll find the second kill there. They get a nice Veno ult.
The statue.
Oh, Miss Snow blinks through the blood right onto Claire. And now 8's charging through. We're going to get the pulverize onto Hexclamation. Sets up the big magic damage nukes from behind, and they'll pick up another kill.
Yeah, these fantastic finds of Miss Snow are, fantastic. They have gotten so many follow-up kills. They extend fights. They connect, heroes. They connect the dots. It's very much so like watching. This is the level of Dota that AI will never fully be able to do. Is like understanding where a player might be, and like in even like the rarest of probabilistic scenarios, you know, talking about these like evasive maneuvers you take as fights disengage and crumble apart, those aggressive blinks never cease to like amaze me.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Dire's top tower
I mean,
is
what
under
do you,
attack.
again?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
right in. Snow,
Is under attack.
no mercy.
Ooh, Stonks
They
is
have-
there
they
with the blink in of their own.
Wow.
Eight certainly does not care, and Wops is right in on top of them.
Mr.
And Waff's looking
Fishay,
for
he
more.
was only unstunned for the TP and 2 hits.
Oh my god. Oh, look at that Dagon hit. It almost
Dire's
fully
top
kills
tower is
Wops.
under attack.
But like,
Oh, another interesting interaction. The Noxious Plague, it still gets spread to teammates even if you are infested into something. Which is
Yeah, it's
good, because
actually-
that would be way too good of a way to blank that ability if if it didn't work that way, but...
it's the same thing as like a Thunder Strike or whatever. It tracks
Yeah.
you. It's like a modifier on your hero regardless of existence in the world. Yeah, so I don't know. There's so many stuns on the side of Yuki. It feels like they can punish absolutely any misstep from the side of Pudding, and they have not itemized a single BKB. I mean, Slardar is within earshot of one, like 500, but that's about it. Claire has, you know, abandoned all but the Dagon.
Every coin helps.
She lives and dies by the way.
Oh, another beautiful Earth Spike! Gets the kill on Stonks. Woffs does not care about this Rupture. And they get another incredible Shackle. Oh my goodness,
Wow.
these 2 hero stuns from the side of Yuki are obliterating these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they just chain one into the other. It's not save your buddy syndrome, but it's like following the rainbow or whatever, right? Like, more like following the leader. I feel like Claire or Venno, you know, they step out, they get a couple of slows, they think, oh, maybe you know, the Rupture, oh, this is silence, I think we can burst one hero, and then the Wind Ranger never dies, the Primal never dies, the Zeus takes too long to kill, and all of a sudden these fights are getting out of hand. 9k net worth lead, 28 minutes. AM is sitting at the top of the net worth charts, but it's only a 2,000 gold lead, and like, you know, you're like getting towards an abyssal, but they have more stuns than you have
Radiant's top
things
tower
to
is
do
under
in this
attack.
game, right? Like, you kind of have no business
Oh, the smoke.
counter spell.
Mr. Fisher finds the line on the back line. That's a big kill to start with. Snow has been such a problem in these fights, and will not be an option here. So everybody on Yuki just disengaging. 8 dodges through the trees. Fisher trying to pursue.
Oh, BKB reveal on the Slardar, and now 1 minute left, and they are positioned by the Roche pit. But 8 is behind it.
Yeah.
Do they know? They didn't see where 8 went, and he hasn't shown yet. And they're in the pit now.
Yeah, Fisher's going in.
Now does 8 know? Does 8 know they're in the pit?
Not they're about to. It feels like they must.
I think that they saw 8.
Yeah.
Maybe? Okay, no, 8 is pinging the pit, but they're not pinging 8. Okay,
Oh,
never
what's Claire doing though? Oh, here comes the onslaught. It's gonna be too early to steal anything. Does have the Lincoln Sphere done, but it does not matter. There's plenty of spells to go into that. Buttery Craig is getting done dirty by Roche with these bashes. But they do finally finish it off. They pick up the first Aegis. It goes to their AM.
They have to commit everything for it. They're gonna lose a lot of map presence for it, but I think if you are putting the R in RD2L, you don't want to lose this Aegis. You don't want to lose the top net worth spot that the AM holds.
Yeah.
And this Aegis is quite literally your ticket to staying in this grand finals. In many respects, you have to start making your presence known on this map. You have to start taking, territory, basically. It's kind of been too long in the back.
Oh, they find the stun on Claire in the river. The Finger of Death there. Blows up the Bloodseeker.
And
Mr. Fichet is going to
he's gonna find
steal an Arcane Rune.
That's big with a BKB in hand.
Yeah.
But like everything has to revolve around Greg right now, who is being pincered by on both sides. I don't think that they're gonna be able to catch him, but like we need to see kill participation from him because
they're gonna
otherwise.
Set up on the Slardar. Stonks is there though. Hexclamation as well, and there's that BKB with the Arcane Rune. Now they get onto Miss Snow with the bashes, the damage, and they're gonna bring down the Lion finally with one last click from Mr. Greg. But Shun finishes off the power shot and another double stun. The shackle with Buttery Greg's going.
Okay, stun.
Oh, but Eights goes through another shackle to trample on top of it. They're gonna have Pulverize soon, but don't have any more lockdown.
You've got to chase that. I mean, maybe they're scared because Lifestealer is having trouble in the back.
They're just gonna go for the rest of the team now, knowing that Buttery Greg isn't available. They're gonna instantly blow up both supports.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Greg is going to be able to cut waves and force heroes back, though. Tier 3 is gone already.
Yeah, and now... Yeah, into the AM Aegis. They are going to start hitting in Tier 3. They get the Veno buyback, but that's a Tier 3 down. It's so much magic damage from this Dagon, but it's not killing the heroes it's getting cast on. I want to see it get used on a less tanky hero. Oh, they do not have the interrupt.
No, just a really cheeky spot from the Primal Beast. You know, AM kind of overshot, assumed that it was going over the cliff, but they cancel it just on the edge and not within reach of the Abyssal.
Yeah. You're gonna get a damage amp on Buttery Greg. They're gonna look to get some tower pressure of their own here. Claire has the Radiance queued up next. I would have assumed it was something else for the magic damage. If they do get the Rupture, the other nice thing about the Dagon is that it's a Lincoln's Popper, and the Abyssal Blade connects, and the Mana Void to interrupt the Pulverize means Eights is going to go down to the Shackle again from Shun onto both of the heroes. But now they turn around, they have the control from Stonks. Buttery Greg clicking in and is going to bring down Shun. Setting up on Wasp as well, but Buttery Greg jumping to the backline, but Miss Snow's there. Has the disable, but Mr. Fichet the control onto Wasp. The Lifestealer is getting brought low and gets brought down.
These fights are back and forth.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
Every time I think somebody's dying, it's somebody on the opposite team.
Yeah, some of this Aegis is still live. 1 minute left on it, and I'm not convinced the AM won't just die at the end of it either. But really wonky stuff going on. Lifestealer is committed, locked into the Swift Link, by the way.
Oh.
With a buckler and backpack for like the late game AC.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're having a little bit of like build indecision.
Yeah,
level.
Like you've got the Basher that you could finish into the Abyssal. You've got the buckler for something.
1700 gold recipe. You
Yeah.
know, we're chilling. Don't mind me. Meanwhile, AM finished the Scotty.
Yeah. AM also has an this getting stuck in stun animation bug. AM candidates for one of the best ones. It looks like it's a taunt. Like
oh yeah, it does look kind of similar to the AM.
It's just permanent. Aegis finally expires.
Yeah, it was a very productive Aegis for them, I've got to say. They cut the net worth lead only by like 4k, but basically all of that is front-loaded onto your AM, which you enjoy mightily. You love that.
They flipped the win probability in that time as well off of that last fight.
Nice.
Which the win probability has never been more than like... There's a very early 66% for playing.
Again, these teams are very, very closely ranked or
Yeah.
measured in whatever way. Weighted if they were boxers, perhaps. Like, I think that RD2L probably has a little bit more weight to them, but maybe Yuki has more reach. Like they're more willing to, and a little bit more I don't know, gutsy is not the right word, but spunky. Like they're kind of willing to chomp off a big dog in pursuit of this title. I think they're young and hungry.
Yeah.
I think some of these you know, not calling anybody out, but I think that these RD2L players, they might be a little a little old, you know. Maybe they're washed. I'm kidding.
Every coin helps.
But
They've aged significantly since the upper bracket final a few weeks ago.
I think maybe they're like doing the OG thing. They're like resting on their laurels a little too hard.
Yeah.
Or I guess I don't know. This is a secret, most famously, but I feel like OG did it a couple times. Most notably for like later majors.
We got Basher queued up by Bloodseeker next. This build is so strange to me.
Oh yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Maxing the blood, like the early stuff, didn't make any sense to me whatsoever, really.
Dire's top barracks
Now that they have a
under attack.
radiant, like I don't hate the idea of Magic Bloodseeker by any means, but there's maybe better ways to be doing it. Even something like an Ags could probably be more valuable than a Basher necessarily.
Yeah.
You could just go like tank up and go Ags. And then all of a sudden you're using a Dagon 5 every 15 seconds while like blood sucking and letting around you. I don't know, I'm kind of into it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Blood Mist plus the Radiance, you can become just this, like, ball of death.
Yeah, and now that Dagon has spell lifesteal built in, like that is kind of the well, actually, reason to go the Dagon on Bloodseeker, right? It's like spell amp plus spell lifesteal, both of which you love. Shield rune top, by the way. Excellent.
Well, they find Bork, and Bork tries to TP away from the Ruptured, but Mr. Fichet is close by. Yuki, though, they're still playing up in this area. And Was is going to jump right in with that Swift Blink onto Mr. Fichet. And there's the Pulverized follow-up and the Shackle. Barely to a creep still alive behind, and they finish off the Slardar.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, and the tier 4 neutral being swapped out and like swapped in instead for the Defiant Shell, which might have
Ooh, yeah.
been able to like cancel the primal ult or something, for example. Give you an earlier BKB option, but sort of just unfortunate timing there. Is Yuki keeping their pedal to the metal?
Yeah, Defiant Shell's kind of wild on Slardar, because you have the option to, like, bash somebody while you're stunned.
Oh yeah. Oh, it gets really gnarly. I've seen like ugly things, like a boy who has it and then all of a sudden gets like a triple time lock off of a Defiant Shell proc. Or in one of my earlier RD2L, or not, sorry, not RD2L, Jesus, WLDL games.
They've
this
done
year,
it.
I played an Elder Titan carry with Defiant Shell, and I had Echo Saber with that, so all of a sudden I would get a triple hit off when I went in, and I full to zeroed, I think, a Life Stealer.
Top, they blow up Hexclamation, and Shun is in on Declare. They do have the dust to reveal Shun, but yeah, just full to zero the Bloodseeker, and that is a really big sequence for Yuki, who it seemed like had really lost the handles on this game, that they were farther ahead in. Now they're back in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under
Again,
attack.
it's that Aegis. It really is such a huge thing, and specifically for the team that is top heavy, right? So like if you put Aegis on a fat hero in a relatively low, low stakes table, all of a sudden everybody folds. We're definitely talking about Dota here and not poker. Not really.
Ooh, over in the mid lane. Woff's trying to get some damage up high
How
ground.
you know who the fool is. That's the sucker.
Oh, gets into the creep at the last second though. Noxious Plague comes out onto the Primal. They're pouring so much damage into this Primal Beast. Takes forever, but it brings him down. Break the Lincolns, but Shun just gets able to click down Mr. Fishay before getting brought down himself. So it's a trade of offlaners.
8 definitely paid for the sins of Woffs there, who had no business kind of
Yeah.
flipping after jumping onto the high ground like that. But you live and you learn. They do get something in return for it, but it's gonna force them to reset a little bit.
They're eyeing this Bloodseeker. They have the control with the Ags, with the stuns. And that guy's just dead. Stonks as well, gonna get blown up with the Finger of Death and Hexclamation in a tricky spot, but a nice Force Staff up to the high ground. Able to survive, but now Woffs gets to go up to the high ground where they wanted to. Stonks is gonna buy back, try to help defend this. They'll get the ranged barracks. Looks like they will respect the use of the buyback and back away.
This is an extremely confident Yuki team right now, by the way. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Miss Snow is just blinking in as soon as she sees anything. Alternatively, AM, who is not an easy hero to kill, playing into mostly magic damage and like conditional single target lockdown, level 25 with the 20% magic resistance, no interest in blinking in.
Yeah.
Is 8 Greg is 8-0-4 and is not willing to start fights right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like think about that.
Also is sitting on 8,000 gold at the moment.
Again, no shade. This is definitely like it's correct to feel hesitant here because they're going immediately.
Yeah, jumps in as soon as they see you. Do you have a blink fragment over on Bork, keeping the Zeus out of the fight?
But
And
this
able to
is
blink away. But now you're like, yeah, this is why I've been playing scared. Like the second you show, you're gone on and could be dead.
Yeah, very high pressure. But I think that you have to be willing to take these risks. Otherwise, you are playing into a team that has already beat you twice, that is playing very confident, and it's true. I mean,
No, I'm laughing at what's happening in Roche.
they keep running in and out.
Yeah, so Mr. Fish is going to get in and try to steal it. Buttery Craig's there too.
Yeah.
They able to steal it away, and that
Serious
that was-
problem with trying to do that.
Yeah.
By the way, is that if you have any vision, you see Roche walking in and out.
Shun PK being up, trying to turn in the invis for the moment. Gotta be careful about where you go. Buttery Greg able to escape away, and Claire is able to track down Shun. That's insane. AIDS is back here too. They drop the Shaman Wards and Mr. Fisher in with the blink and the bash, and they bring down Eights.
Radiant's middle
What the hell is going on in this series?
I
This is the NBA. It's rigged.
Shun could have had that Aegis, no problem. But he pressed Windrun to not get bashed.
Yep.
But they have Ags. So they went
So it made them
invisible, and there was
embeds, yep.
nothing for the Roche to hit. So the
That's
Roche
what
is
I
like,
mean, yeah.
I'm getting hit, but I
And
don't
nobody
see
can
a
hit it while it's
target.
outside of the pit. It slows
Yeah,
it
so
down.
then Shun tried to follow the Roche out of the pit, realized they could be in the pit and hit Roche from inside the pit. But by then, the jig was up, and Pudding arrived, steal the Aegis, kill 3 heroes, and now they're the ones going high ground.
Yeah,
Mr. Fish
how the
immediately in on Miss
turntables.
Snow. They do have good control, but the Dagon is there. Claire finishes off that one, and all of a sudden, Pudding finding that one little opening to get themselves back into the series. Down 2-0, needing a win more than anything here. And they are the ones up high ground. They are the ones bringing down the tier 3 towers. They're going to get a second set of barracks. And top was already brought in. This could just be Megas. I think it will be.
It does look like Megas straight up.
Wow.
A bit of a flip to the game 1 script, right?
Yeah.
Or was it? Oh, I guess it was game 2 that,
It was.
that Yuki came back from Megas.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's been too much going on in these games.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
It was game 2. So let's see.
Yuki gotta defend through the mega creeps now. They've got good tools for it. Got like lightning hands on your support Zeus. You've got plenty of AoE clear.
First time in the series, it's okay.
So you've got the butterfly finished on AM, looking at an Ags. Could... Yeah, I was gonna say, I think can just buy that straight out.
Scanning.
Exactly what they'll do. What else? You've got the heart finished on 8s. Finally going back for the BKB now. Oh, is up top! The instant blow up on Shun! And that's no Wind Ranger for 100 seconds. That pick could just be the game. They're gonna find 8s outside the base as well. The silence is there, the control. Bring down the Primal Beast. Bork trying to get away, but is ruptured. The Dagon comes through, finally gets him the fountain, and now the big stuns. Claire getting controlled up by Wafts, but there's the bashes the other way. Wafts trying to do it all against all of these heroes, but the blink fragments in the base. Everybody's dead. Bork barely surviving, but Claire gets in there, gets the Dagon off. Everybody's dead, no buybacks available, and we're going to a game 4.
Wow.
Putting the R in RD2L. They bounce back in such a crazy way, and now things get dangerous for Yuki.
Oh yeah.
This felt like they had the series closed out. And it just all falls apart.
A tale of two Roches, am I right?
Yeah.
RD2L, not in the driver's seat for most of this game, not even close, but for just enough time.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, this game was super close, and then Yuki really looked like they had it, and then goes tumbling down. I mean, MVP, Buttery Greg never died. It's hard to say no to that. It's kind of the ideal AM game. 14k net worth, more than the next highest player.
I think that Greg is, like, again, the farming core, the passive core designed to take over the game at some point. Mr. Fishay, to me, is the hero that made the plays that allowed this game to happen.
Yeah.
Slardar consistently extended the game, had the first BKB, the most impactful one, played their initiator in a game where they were getting initiated onto. So it's a very hard position to be in, IMO. Both of these players did really well, and obviously both of these teams did incredibly well. But I think if I had to give it to somebody, I think Fishay deserves it, as well as probably Snow and Shun, who in their own right did so much work this game.
Yeah.
Back and forth series.
Oh yeah. I'm excited that we get to see another game from these teams. Unlike the previous times, I don't see the quick lobby up. So
I do see it now.
Oh, okay. I think they just didn't share it. All right, so we'll be back with that very soon. Very much looking forward to seeing how these teams bounce back into this game 4. Can Pudding keep up this momentum that they've built now? Can Yuki bounce back to close it out? We will find out very soon. Hello everybody, we are back for the Dota League 2024 Diadem Grand Finals between putting the R in RD2L versus Yuki no fukushu. We are into game number 4. Yuki took the first 2 games, looked like they were going to close out game number 3, get the clean 3-0. But Pudding said, no, we're not going down without a fight. They get a very clutch Roche steal, and that fully swung the momentum and gave them game number 3. So, from here, I mean, I'm very curious to see how the draft goes from here. Oh, also, we're flying solo for game 4. If you hadn't gathered the fact that I'd not introduced a co-caster this time.
Seconds remaining.
Alright, the Disruptor gets taken out by Yuki this time. It didn't show up in game 3. I forget if that was because it did get banned out.
Dire team pick.
It was banned by Yuki last game as well. Bork's Hoodwink gets taken out again. So is this...
10 seconds remaining.
This is the exact same... No? There was... Yes, it's a different order, but this is the exact same opening bans as last game. So Pudding have first pick again. They go for the Venomancer once more. Got him success last game. So much slow and magic damage harass Yuki. Go right back to that Primal Beast. I mean, both teams, I feel like, can feel pretty confident in their drafts from last game. I think we'll see some adjustments. But, like, Yuki, it looked like they were going to close that game out. We get respect on Waf's Phantom Assassin that we saw in game 2. Yeah, those are the same 2 bans that Pudding went for middle phase last time around.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
The Axe taken away this time. The Meepo was banned out in the 12 slot by Yuki last game. So that's the first new ban of this game. It was banned out in game 2. As the meta of this best of 5 continues to develop. One thing never changes, and that is that Miss Snow gets their Lion. And it's been so good. If Yuki won last game and closed it out, Miss Snow would have been taking home the MVP of that game. I 100% agree with Sterling's assessment that so much of their game was set up by these lion plays. We're gonna see the Bloodseeker again for Pudding. It was... I don't know, it didn't feel as impactful as the other cores in last game. I feel like it could have been a different hero. I think we saw the build was funky. Curious if this will be played by Claire again and if it'll be the same sort of build.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, I'm curious if it's getting picked up here to be flexible, or if it is just gonna go in Claire's hands again. Because I think it seems most likely that it would go to Claire. I think Sterling had a good read on... Feels like Pudding want to stick to this formula of, like, Mr. Fichet on a Blink Initiator, Claire on an early fighting damage dealer, and Buttery Greg on your late game hard carry secure farm all day hero. We get the Witch Doctor. This was seeing bans at the beginning of the series. I like this as your control option. I mean, I liked the Shadow Shaman as well. But the Witch Doctor is going to give you a lot more damage than I think a Shaman would. So that will be their answer for dealing with whatever Yuki's going to pick up in these next few picks. I think it'll be a really nice answer for the Primal Beast too, because like his main answer we saw last game for a high damage hero that's going to try to get through his beefiness is just to get Blade Mail, so they die first. But if I'm remembering right, the interaction with Blade Mail for Witch Doctor is that Death Ward is the unit dealing the damage, so Witch Doctor does not take the Blade Mail damage, reflected from Death Ward specifically. The Maledicts will still hurt. Yuki maybe not expecting the Witch Doctor here, thinking a little longer on this pick. I can see them going back to a lot of similar things they did last game. I think we might see a different hero for Bork here. Ooh, we're going to see a Puck picked up quite early. Well, that's going to be a new hero for Shun. A little different than what we've had from Shun so far this series. Like the Sniper, the Dazzle, the Zeus. Like, this might actually be Bork's hero.
5 seconds remaining.
If I go back farther...
Dire team pick.
Anti-mage.
Ooh, and they go and steal the Anti-Mage from Buttery Greg. Get it for Wafts, who also likes to play that like big late game farm all day carry.
Ten seconds remaining.
See, I'm trying to see if this... Okay, they've played a Puck before, and it looks like that was mid.
Dire team ban.
Legion Commander is going to be where they find the lockdown. I like... One thing that I really like about that... is that it's a single target lockdown for the AM that he can't counterspell. Because it doesn't matter who's casting the duel, it still does the same thing.
10 seconds remaining.
This one
5 seconds
has to be
remaining.
a mid Puck, right? Oh, but Wafts played the mid Puck in that game. What about this one? Okay, so I think we're going to see Wafts play mid this game. So looking at the history of the last couple times Yuki has picked Puck, it has been Wafts moving over to the mid lane to play it. Which I thought I remembered Yuki doing some lane switch-up shenanigans. And they've been firm in their roles so far, but makes sense that we could see it now. Now that they've dropped a game, I think they're mixing things up. The Pudge banned out from putting Yuki, respond to that with the Faceless Void, probably thinking Pudge is one of the better saves for it that would still fit into Yuki's draft. Maybe just thinking, you know, what are Bork's better heroes that are still available? Because, yeah, that is something... It's like a few times that is something that Bork has played.
Dire team ban.
Meepo does end up getting banned out here. Yuki will have the overall last pick. It's a little harder for Pudding to get away with something.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
And Dazzle gonna be the last ban. So what did Pudding go for here? They need something
10 seconds remaining.
Out of the
5 seconds remaining.
safe lane, most likely. Do still have some flexibility, but I think this will just be a safe lane carry. They go triple melee again. I feel like you already have so much damage from Bloodseeker Legion Commander. You could use some magic damage. I wouldn't mind... I wouldn't mind more frontline.
Are we still playing? Are we still playing?
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, there's the Sven. I like this Sven pickup. Gives you somebody else durable that can be up in the front. Gives you a nice farming carry for Buttery Greg.
10 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
And Viper is the response. Disgusting. So this is a Bork puck. And Wafts is on the anti-mage. Yeah, okay, no, that's what we expected. I got confused because I was thinking Wafts was going to play the puck. Okay, yeah. They go to the support puck and put Shun on a Viper. Ooh, how do I feel about these drafts? The Viper is so scary. I'm really excited to see what Bork does on this puck as well. I think I'm favoring Yuki's draft a little bit. I think it's a matter of, like, the Primal Lion puck Viper. I feel like we're going to see something similar to the tempo that they had in Game 1 with the Sniper. As for hats, there's a lot of good hats. Shun has nothing for the Viper. This is easy putting the R in RD2L hats draft victory. I really like the set on Mr. Fichet for the Legion Commander. It's hard to tell exactly which face is actually being used by Witch Doctor. I think it's the like Miyazaki-ish one. I never ended up talking about it, but I was looking at it all game, and I'm really glad we get to see it again. The 8's Primal set is so funny.
Prepare for battle.
Like, having the full armor set, but just the head exposed, this is amazing. I love this. It reminds me of the meme. I don't even really know if it's a meme. It reminds me of... Where did I just go? Of, like, a cat putting its face through, I don't even know what, like a t-shirt or like a hole a little too small for it. He looks like a cat whose, like, face is getting stretched out. I really like it. As we are going to get a collision, so I should get out of the inspect mode, as they are all sitting up on the high ground. 8's going to be able to try to onslaught away, but the damage... Oh, the deny from Shun! There is no first blood in this game. At least I think that's how it works. Miss Snow trying to walk it off, and adds another Earth Spike. It's going to hit 3. That deny is incredible. There's like 3 heroes about to hit that guy to finish it off. How do these runes go? I think they're just gonna go normal again. Yeah. Wafts is gonna pick up the other one. Let's see. What do we got in these lanes? Legion, Venomancer. This is going to be a pretty active lane, I think. Miss Snow's line has been a bit of a menace. Starting off the lane with not a lot of mana is going to be tough. Exclamation is going to get a lot of free harass here. Mid lane, I think this lane's going to be pretty stable. I think we didn't see a lot of action from the Bloodseeker lane last game. And Shun is just going to do whatever they want on a Viper. Up top, this should be a fun one too. Got 2 point-and-click stuns for Pudding. In Puck, I don't expect to do a ton early, and 8s. And 8s will always be a menace with the Primal Beast. Early point in Nether Toxin for Shun. I saw that get picked up right as I was clicking away on another hero. We're gonna get the Gale out onto Wasp, but Mr. Fishy taking a ton of damage. Oh, you got the double mana burn in this lane. That's the other thing that I somehow failed to consider. Is you are not allowed to have mana in this dire lane. Yeah, Shun, I think, is going to have a pretty easy time against the Bloodseeker here. Most of these lanes just pretty big chillin' now. Mostly even except for the mid lane. It's just so hard to lane into the Viper. Yeah, here comes the spit. Oh god, Claire's just gonna get walked down nearly.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Ooh, up top, trying to chase down Bork. That's gonna be first blood. It does. There is still first blood after the deny happens. And Stonk's able to finish it off. Wanted the death summary. Oh, this is... this is already pretty despair for Claire in this lane. Salvin up behind the tower. Looking to just get to that second Wraith Bend. Starting off with a similar build. No Bloodright yet. See if they go max Blood Rage Dagon again. Or if they switch it up. Eight's getting ahead of Buttery Greg up here in the top lane as well. Buttery Greg's matching wafts. The off lanes and the safe lanes are almost like exactly even. Difference is purely in the mid lane in terms of last hits so far. Going to Hex up onto the Venomancer and Waft stepping over. The mana drain available, they will not need it. Simply click after click onto the stinky snake. Or whatever Venomancer is. Claire just into the jungle here. Wants nothing to do with this Viper lane anymore. And this is such an impressive hero. The Viper last pick is so gross. Up top. 8's gonna run down Stonks. simply does not care about this Maledict. Maybe he was right at the end of the life. Mostly just getting trampled and clicked on. No Waning Rift for the silence yet. There it is. As if they could hear me. They're like, fine, I'll put a point in it. You think it's a problem? I just feel like it'll be a good tool to lock anybody down. Oh, that that hurricane! Oh no! Oh my god! This fucking bird! This bird actually just killed Miss Snow. Yeah. That's insane. Oh, Shun just walks down Claire under the tower. Yeah. Did you need... Viper Strike is up. Did I need to check the death summary? Not particularly. Wisdom runes? I feel like I have not talked about a wisdom rune all night. Maybe it's just because they've been so diligent about it on these supports. AM is super low. I should be looking at wafts. Things in the side lanes. Not sure what they're looking at there. Like Buttery Greg, just content getting some farm on the side camp. Bork gonna get some early vision up at the Watcher. Oh no. I don't... Man, that looks familiar, huh?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Gale out onto Wafts. Mr. Fishay has level 6, wants to find a duel, is going to get hexed up. The more of this disable you use early, the fewer options you're going to have for a duel, Mr. Fishay. Going to get dodged out, but now finally finds the duel onto Miss Snow. Doesn't quite finish it off, but does get the kill. Shun is in, though. He's going to get the return kill onto Miss Snow. I'm right. Yeah, that was not a duel victory. Just barely too late. As Wafts, the Venomous Gale. Oh god. Like, an overwhelming odds in range. Yeah, Mr. Fishay wants it so bad, but the blink away is there. And nice TP in with the salve.
Tis not for thee.
The 2 salves, in fact. Now that they,
Thanks to thee.
I can't look at it. But now they made it so that a shared salve... I mean, this is an ancient change at this point, but... Shared salve's not giving the full benefit, so make up for it by bringing a second one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now.
8 and Bork behind the tower. The Rupture is in. The Dream Coil connects as well. 8's trying to trample through. Buttery Greg rolling over here as well. 8's playing through the Rupture. Charges through onto Claire. And able to jaunt away from Bork. So, Buttery Greg, I'm going to find the 1 kill. Nicely played there by Yuki. Starting to build that early lead, and I mean... Oh, Mr. Fishay this time does get the duel victory. But Shun is such a menace. This Viper is off to such a strong start. TP away means Mr. Fishay will be able to survive. Will turn their attention instead to Hex. They get 1 Viper Strike out for the slow. By Viper Strike, I mean Poison Attack. And Bork's right on top of him, getting the body blocks, yeah. Secures the kill. Claire making the rotation over... What are you hunting here? Oh, you're hunting the AM, who is very low on health. and is visible with Thirst. Now is no longer going to be. Still quite fast. Oh, that's the haste stream, that's why. I knew that. Bo5 is farming on such low health despite there being a Bloodseeker in this game. They're gonna make the rotation up towards top. Working towards those phase boots. Get even more advantage out of the Thirst move speed. It's did opt for the Soul Ring early, make sure they can keep plenty of mana up and gonna onslaught away before a Rupture can connect. Very nicely timed there. Two Venomous heroes squaring off in the mid lane. Not really squaring off, because Shun is twice the level of Exclamation. You're level 6 now. Is going to throw out the Noxious Plague, and Claire looking to connect. Would love to get her a revenge kill. Has the Rupture. They're going to turn with the Viper Strike, but Maledict is there. With a beautiful Dream Coil from Bork, but all he showing up does is set up a beautiful cask. They do manage to finish off Claire, and Eights is there as well. Bork hitting up from the high ground. Tries to disappear away. And can you die to Poison Sting? Doesn't matter because you have enough healing. Yuki somehow turned that in like that. Like they do bring down Shun, which is a very important kill. But turning around and getting 3 heroes, kind of bonkers off of that engagement that looked like it was perfect for putting. Really nice follow-up rotations and Eights looking to immediately punish Claire off of the respawn. This is such a brutal Bloodseeker game, and it's not getting any easier. Shun now in as well. Throws out the Viper Strike, but there's not really follow-up for it. They do get the deny on their middle tower. And it's surprisingly not a crazy lead. You don't have Battle Fury yet on Wafts. And you've got the built-in Battle Fury on Buttery Greg. So this guy's getting good farming. Oh god, Bork is already more farmed than Claire. That is a problem. And Claire's going for this Dagon build again. I don't know. I didn't love it last game. I think I like it even less when you're behind, but see what I can do here. As it looks like Pudding are going to start trying to take up some space in the Radiant jungle, try to take away some space from Wafts. Really like to find this AM before they get to the Battle Fury. So I think it's been so far a quite lower kill game. I guess it's still decent. 12 kills for Yuki in 14 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Noxious Plague out onto Eights, who onslaughts back over to the team. Nice dodge by Bork, and Eights going to be able to TP away. Claire chasing forward, trying to find somebody to put a Rupture on, but the Sports just duck into the trees and get away. They fully disengage successfully on the side of Yuki. Mr. Fishay nearing that Blink Dagger. Probably once they pick that up, will be very much looking to fight with the team. Shun making a rotation down here. And seems to have a good read on where Mr. Fishay might be farming. Is going to have the Viper Strike. Pops the Damage Amp rune. Looks for the TP away, but with the Damage Amp, not a chance. Eights charges through. Just to steal some creeps. And it looks like with the Damage Amp, they will just set up on Hot Tower. Goes the Witchblade on Viper. And then into the Mage Slayer. This is a cool build. Collecting purple swords
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't end up doing much tower damage with the damage amp, but it looks like with the siege creep coming in, they'll bring 4 heroes down here. They'll look to finish it off.
Dire's bottom
Pudding.
tower is
They're
under
gonna smoke up on 2. Dervishay gonna look to go right in, but immediately gets Viper Struck, pulverized, and Finger of Death. Witch Doctor does get the ult down. That's gonna go out onto 8s. They get the Rupture, as well to blow up Miss Snow. Now Buttery Greg showing up, gets the stun onto Shun. Tears through the Viper. They trade their Legion Commander for 3. And actually 4 health left on that tower. I believe you could just have the Plague Ward deny it. I think that's allowed. Next time somebody goes over there, I'm sure they will do the honors. Big fight for Pudding. Swings this game. I mean, there hasn't been a huge lead either way, but swings things back towards their side. Yeah, see, part of the power of this Sven compared to the Anti-Mage is his ability to get involved in fights earlier. You finally got well, I say finally, it's a good timing. It's 17 minutes on the Battle Fury. Perfectly fine timing for Wafts. The lane was not the easiest. Annoying playing into the Venomancer, so come out of it at a pretty good spot. They smoke up on 2.
Radiant's middle tower is
Exclamation is the obvious target. There's a few heroes over here. The smoke breaks, get the Gale onto 2. They do connect with the stun, sets up the onslaught, charging in, but he's finding a lot more heroes than he wanted to. The Maledict's there. They're going to get the Rupture too if they want it. Looks like they won't need it. And they bring down 2 heroes. Mr. Fichet finds the Lion as well. Kind of missed how that happened. Was that a duel? That was a duel. Another duel victory
Dire's top tower is under attack.
for Mr. Fichet. And now Pudding, they're the ones with the lead, trying to send this to a game 5.
I deserve this.
Regen Rune snagged by the Viper. We've got Aghanim Shard is available to be bought for that Voodoo Switcheroo. Stonks would like it. There's smoke up. They've got the Blink Dagger ready on Mr. Fichet. They want to find a nice dual target here. Shun backing up though. 8s as well. Looks like they will... Oh yeah, they're trying to scout out with the Veno wards. Get the smoke up on the Venomancer now as well. I think they're pretty happy if they can find the duel on this Viper. Mr. Fichet's looking at it. And I mean, you've got your Witch Doctor with you. You can kill anybody. Claire's actually going to be the one who finds 8s, gets the Rupture down, but the Blade Mail is making Claire take a ton of damage too, but Mr. Fichet comes in. A very nice duel to finish off 8s.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Their dual victory picked up and tower pressure coming
Tower is
through.
under attack.
Looks like Yuki content to just kind of go 1-for-1 on the tower damage. As yeah, Claire has picked up level 1 Dagon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And with duel coming off of cooldown, we're getting another smoke for Mr. Fichet and Stonks. I mean, the Maledict with the duel with the... Oh, and the damage amp. Oh, Shun is so cooked. They're going to drop the Death Ward. I don't think they needed it. Buttery Greg's there too. Miss Snow tries to do what they can, gets the Earth Spike through, but That's a big kill. Putting, I mean, it's only a 1k, it's less than a 1k net worth lead. It's a super even game at this stage. It really feels like they're very favored. They're making so many good moves right now. They're really controlling the map. I guess the threat is, like, Wafts has not been touched in quite a while. Has the Yasha is actually looking at a Linken's because knows that the biggest problem is going to be this duel. Which has 5 seconds on cooldown, and they're looking to make another one of these plays. They don't have a smoke this time. They know they know Wafts is farming in this area, but Wafts gets the sense they're in danger. TP's away. Yeah, Claire just going straight for the full Dagon again. Blink Dagger almost ready on Bork's Puck. One thing we are seeing with Hexclamation on this Venomancer, we just got a Torm, which shot them up in the net worth. The latent toxicity pretty nice into the Dispels that are available. Am doesn't have a built-in Dispel, but it'll be nice once there's a BKB. Primal, see if they go level 15 Dispel. They're going to get a Dream Coil out on a Hexclamation. This is going to be a very dead Venomancer. Walk showing up, considering stealing that kill. The Noxious Plague will bounce away, but it'll just be an annoyance for now. Mr. Fichet still hoping to find a dual target, maybe considering 8s. Looks like for now not going to hunt too far. Still quite a bit of Yuki playing over here. Bork blinks up the high ground, dodges away with the silence. Now they get the Viper Strike out. And Hex up onto the Witch Doctor, turn with a stun. Finger of Death, no chance for the Witch Doctor to do anything. And now Wafts is immediately in. Onto Mr. Fichet, Claire connecting though. Looking for the Rupture, they get the control. Onto Buttery Greg, dodge away. Hexclamation coming back in, blow up on Bork with the Dagon, but they turn right back around on Buttery Greg. Wafts finishes it off with the Mana Void, and now they get the control out onto Hexclamation. Stunned up, brought down, and Yuki, they find 4 heroes. Bork gets an insane initiation with that Blink Dagger reveal. Like, not even committing spell to me. I mean, just the silence off of the Waning Rift to open that up. Let everybody else come through and get their damage in. It's such a good opening to that fight. Like, doesn't even get Dream Coil off, doesn't matter. Because just the Blink Waning Rift was such the perfect fight. Perfect start to that fight to bring down the Legion Commander. Now, Wafts, though, does stay a little too long, and Mr. Fichet's in does not quite get the duel, but does get the kill, which is most of what you're hoping for there. Stings a little bit. Miss Snow now trying to run away. Shun is going to help with the slow. Stun and blink away. Miss Snow will be A-okay to survive.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
A prize.
Blink Dagger being worked on by Stonks.
Invisibility.
BKB finished on Mr. Fichet, and an Invis Rune. It's like wanting to hunt. 8s is right there up the high ground. I feel like the Primal Beast is like the one hero that Fichet does not want to try to duel. Might go for it anyway. Oh, steps up into vision! Gets pulverized! Stun connects as well. Has the BKB, gonna turn and pop it and get the duel out on to Miss Snow. Dagon finishes up with a Dream Coil. Onto 2. Death Ward coming through. Claire getting stunned up. Wafts as well, though. Blinks away. Nobody else falls yet. Now the actual Death Ward. That's going to finish off Shun. H charges through everybody. He's looking for a way out of here. So this game continues to go back and forth. This looks like a super swingy game. None of these leads have been more than a few thousand gold. This game's just been super even the entire way through. Now Pudding. Well, they're looking to get the tower, but 8's going to look to interrupt. Now the stun comes through. Bork again, though, with 3 heroes silenced and sets up the Pulverize through the BKB. Finger of Death out onto Hexclamation. Wafts going to blow up, but the Voodoo Switcheroo is there, and the Silence is out. They get the stun up. They bring down Wafts. Cask bouncing through. Buttery Greg looking to step up there. Wants to bring down Miss Snow. Get the Silence out from the Bloodrite. These Bloodrites doing a ton of work for the side of Pudding.
This will do nicely.
And Buttery Greg alone out at the front of the net worth now. BKB, Echo Saber, Blink, Mask of Madness. Just ready to go straight for the crit, straight for the damage. Oh, Bork. Bit playing with fire. But plenty of movement to get away. Dream Coil's out. Shun's there. Find a Hexclamation. Out alone, away from the rest of the team. They're gonna pop God Strength to try to take this tower. They'll get the Fortify. This tower should still go down. I feel like with that God Strength there, you kind of just want to give up the tower. Makes it far less appealing to go there and try to fight it. It creeps pushing into the dire top tower. I love that Blade Mail and just standing in the silence from 8s. Bork and 888, they really want to find something on Claire here. Shun waiting in the wings as well. Oh, the Rupture down on the puck. Blink. Does a short range blink and then a TP. Very nice way to escape the Rupture.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Dream Coil onto the Legion Commander, followed up by a stun from Miss Snow, and 888 is there in the back. Mana Void out on a Hexclamation with BKB. Taunt, trying to bring down the Primal Beast, does not quite do it in the duel. Now turn with the Pulverize, but the Paralyzing Cask is stopping your other cores from doing anything. And now the Stormhammer flies in. Buttery Greg looking to finish off Shun. Claire's right there, doesn't have mana, doesn't need it. Gets the click to finish off the Viper, and Wasp forced to just run away. Awkward engagement, but it leads to a very good fight for Pudding.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Top tier 1 for Radiant finally goes down. They're moving towards Wafts, who's showing on the wave. Oh, is gonna farm another one. You get the Rupture, but it's blocked by the Lincolns. It is a very good Lincolns game. And, like, there's so many times... Like, you'd think, why would an anti-mage need to go Linken's? You have counters. Look at that blink TP. The exclamation comes in to try to get some harass in. You'd think, like, you have counterspell. Why do you need Linken's? You already have a better one. But there's so many of these spells that you would have no reason to know to, like, hit the button. You need this passive block as well. Because these ruptures are coming out from nowhere. You're going to get blink dueled out of nowhere. I really like the idea of this Linken's. Oh, look at them sitting, waiting. Waff's blinks past them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god. These movements from Waffs are absolutely insane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna put themselves into the Roche pit. Look to pick up this first stage of the game. There is a smoke out from Yuki, but it's not gonna see anybody. It's gonna see at least one courier. Oh, they're gonna realize this from that courier. Yeah, they scan into the pit. They know this is happening. Can they get there in time? It's gonna be close. They look to connect. 8's into the pit. Onto Buttery Greg with a pulverize through the BKB. The Dire gets the kill. Buttery Greg picks it up. They still manage to close it out. So the Aegis goes down. They bring down Buttery Greg once. Hexclamation gets absolutely obliterated. The duel already used. Bork trying to escape. Shun trying to chip into them with damage. They get up to the high ground. Wolf's just getting some lifesteal off on the side. Bork goes down. The paralyzing cask. It doesn't bounce across. Shun goes down, so they kill off 4. Waff's just on their retreat again. That looked like it was going to be disastrous for putting the R in RD2L. But they are able to secure their Roche, secure the fight. And without many buybacks available, it's going to be securing... What is this? It's gonna be securing some super creeps, taking down these barracks. They're gonna look towards mid as well, see if they can pick up a second set. Bork has respawned, everybody but Shun is back up. They're gonna keep clicking into the barracks. Bork goes in. Gets the Waning Rift, but they don't care. They're just there to click. Miss Snow with Blinking as well. Paralyzing Cast comes out, bounces through. Now the Rupture onto 8's, trying to get back to the Fountain. Miss Snow with the buyback. They finish off the melee barracks. Bork in with another chase. As the Dagon wafts. Oh, the counterspell on the Noxious Plague. Not like this. Oh, and Bork chasing, gets the Yules. Out onto Claire. Sets up the Blood Right on himself, gets the silences on them, but it's not going to be enough to survive. Nice chase back from Yuki. Only costs them 1 support buyback as well. That's a nice little swing back for them.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And Waff's immediately onto that tower. BKB, the duel, they have the pop for it, so they're able to duel the AM, they get through the Linken's, but the Pulverize is there to interrupt, and they blow up 2 heroes. Buttery Greg goes down as well, they have buyback available, they may need it, because otherwise it's 90 seconds without their carry. And all of a sudden, these 2 deaths, a massive fight for Yuki, they're into the high ground themselves now. They are looking to close out this game 4, try to take home the series, try to take home the grand finals. Buttery Greg does not want to burn through this buyback, but what are you willing to give up in return? It's going to be a tier 3 tower, it's going to be a fortify. 30 seconds to your Legion Commander, just a few more to the Bloodseeker. They're going to get the middle set of racks. Now they turn towards top, trying to do the exact same thing. Pick up 2 sets of barracks. 15 seconds still to the Legion Commander. 8's, though, is low and is going to get popped immediately. Maledict, the Bloodright. Waft's still clicking in on the barracks. It's going to get the range tracks and blinks away. So it's going to be a perfect mirror. I mean, in terms of the numbers, which buildings it was is a little off. It's actually the melee barracks that goes down on the side of the range, so a little better base situation for Pudding, but both sides, they lose 2 tier 3 towers. They lose 3 of their 6 barracks. And that's not the button I'm trying to hit. It just goes back and forth. Oh, they've spotted out Shun. The Voodoo Switcheroo, the Maledict. It's all you need. The other hero's there to help make sure, but Shun gets brought down. He's going to have buyback available here. And 8888 has respawned. I feel like the Primal build has been different every game for 8s that they've played it. And I think they've always made like quite good choices for what they need in that particular game. Here, it's a pretty damage-heavy build. Kaya Sange, Blade Mail, Veil. That balance of damage and tank. Of course, the BKB as well. Aghanim Scepter queued up by Legion Commander. This is a bit of an interesting choice. I think they're mostly looking for that longer duration stun to control the anti-mage, but the reduced damage from other sources applies to both dual targets, so it's very concerning. They're going to go up the higher and they're going to get the duel onto the Primal Beast, bring down 8. Shun has just respawned. A big Dream Coil from Bork, but where's the follow-up? Bork just doing work to slow them down. Wafts, meanwhile, threatening the opposite high ground. Shun clearing out the base. Now they're looking to chase the puck. This is such a hard hero to chase. Blink away, has another Illusory Orb. I don't think there's any way they're catching up to this guy. Meanwhile, Wafts. Stonks is the only one who goes back to defend, and Wafts is going to find the kill on the Witch Doctor and find melee barracks. They'll take the barracks... Well, no, they'll even the barracks advantage back out. Now properly even and properly mirrored. And the tier 2 tower still standing on either side as well. So bases are a perfect reflection of each other now. Just about. But you go the Kaya Sange on Bloodseeker. I like this more than the Radiance. I feel like this actually continues to play into the Dagon build. This is kind of more what I expected last game. And then we'll go the BKB, because you do still need that in most games.
Dire are scanning.
Scan out to the Roche Pit. Actually can't possibly respawn yet. So a little early to be worried about that. Smoke up for Yuki now. Oh, they're just gonna kind of miss where most of Pudding is playing. They're all running down towards bot. This could be trouble for Stonks. H is just gonna stomp through the wave. Waiting for the rush to be up. It is actually a quick respawn. It was like 10 seconds. 8's onslaught's forward. Stonks is going to turn with the stun. The Maledict down. Now goes into Voodoo Switcheroo. Waff stepping up. Oh, Noxious Plague gets blocked. They blow up Stomps, but now they get the duel onto the Anti-Mage, and Buttery Greg is immediately blown up. Shun. Bork with another great Dream Coil. That's going to finish off Mr. Fishay. The Rupture out now onto 8's. No way to survive that. Bork, though, does kill off Hexclamation as well. This guy's huge. Bigger than the Primal Beast. Bork is basically a 4th core player. Like, in every single game. Oh, the Yules. They have the thirst. They're always going to know... Okay, now that Dagon on the creep! The Dagon on the creep, because you get... Does it list it anywhere? Maybe they adjusted it so you just always get a bunch of... You get the 75% damage dealt. Yeah, Miss Snow at the tip. Bork getting out there... Yeah. Bork getting out there is illegal. The Dagoning the creep to turn off thirst... Giga Brain. So, like, everybody's dead. Means nobody's pushing. Buttery Greg's gonna steal Wisdom Rune. That one feels good. Claire grabbing the outpost. Yuki respawning on everybody but Wafts. Everybody's back a lot. Like, everybody was dead for the same amount of time, except for Wafts. Looks like Yuki just gonna wait for their carry to respawn. Maybe won't even wait for their carry to respawn. Maybe look for something earlier than Pudding would be expecting it. They get the Dream Coil. They get the Pulverize. The Dagon out onto the Witch Doctor. He's surviving through it. Mr. Fish able to live as well. Now the Voodoo Switcheroo to get the Witch Doctor off the map. 8's finally going to bring that down to Buttery Greg immediately and onto Shun again. Just blowing up this Viper in every fight, but now Wafts is back up. Gets the Mana Void, blows up Mr. Fishay, blinks away. Buttery Greg and Claire again trying to chase down Bork, but this guy's so damn evasive. Has another Blink Dagger. The Yule's on themselves. Blinks away, but does get hexed up. Oh, dodges the Stormhammer. I could watch Bork play Puck all day. Finally gets brought down. 8's charges back in to try to save their buddy. And dies of terminal save your buddy syndrome. Now the tier 4s are getting hit. Wafts is the only one alive. And once again, everybody's dead. In all of these fights, like, there's nobody left on either side of the map. They have... No, they don't have vision of that. Now they have vision of that. Exclamation TPing over Wafts, finding Claire. Has the Trickster Cloak. One charge of Rupture blocked by the Lincolns. The Finger of Death. Exclamation gets blown up. Stonks is there as well. Mr. Fisher TPing in. Wafts looking to TP wave. They don't have the block. And the long duration of the duel. Is that the finished Ags? No, it's not the finished Ags. So it's just the duel, but I mean that's enough to bring down Wafts. Now Claire looking for more. Has the Dagon out on Miss Snow. Buttery Greg connects. 8's now, and on the back line has the BKB. The Voodoo Switcheroo again. 8's cannot bring down Stonks in so many of these fights. Now they turn with Pulverize onto Buttery Greg. BKB's worn up. The buybacks are there. Claire gets broken out of the Dream Coil. Turns with the silence. 8's trying to chase forward. Everybody trying to run down the Bloodseeker. The last hero standing from Pudding goes for the TP away, but there's way too much damage. So, I mean, it's just Waft's buyback. Everybody on Dire has buyback available. Claire's going to be the one to start it. Witch Doctor follows up. Waft's getting the creeps cleared out. Just wants to go tier 4s. Wants to win the grand finals here and now. Smoke up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We're going to get the Fortify out.
Are fortified.
Steps out of the Blood Right. Playing this very carefully. Mr. Fichet is going to be up as well. And it looks like that respawn is what will prompt Yuki to back away. But are they backing away fast enough? Because the smoke in response is coming out. They do have to get these creeps out of their base. Yuki reading that they're not really clearing out the base. Backing away. Miss Snow on creep clear duty for the Radiant because their base also in trouble. They've actually already lost one of their tier 4s. Now it's going to be into the Roche pit. This is pretty big for Yuki. This is still 6,000, or I guess it's this one. This is like 9,000 net worth lead. There was like this one big spike, maybe 2 big spikes. There's never been a super big lead in this game. It's just constant back and forth. Yuki picks up this Aegis. Cheese passed over to 8s. That was... Who just got a free Ags? I think AM just got a free Ag. No? Oh! Initiation. Claire in onto 8s, but has the cheese! Dream Coil onto 2 of them. Keeping them all held in place. But Mr. Fichet gets in with the duel, and Wafts is going to go down once. Bork jumps back in. Wafts now onto Buttery Greg. Just forced to blink away. Hexclamation buys back. 8's onslaughting away. It's only Viper and Bloodseeker that have died. Neither have buyback, so it's a 4v4 for the foreseeable future. And by the foreseeable future, I mean the next minute and a half.
Money changes hands.
Look at... Borg is the 3rd most farmed hero in the game. It's a while before they're able to overtake anybody else. The Sven and AM, like, 1-for-1 with each other. And you've got Bork. Position 4 Puck. The Viper and Primal. The Bloodseeker and Legion. All kind of in the same area as each other. Eights, eyeing up Buttery Greg. Offs in the area as well. Oh, what did they just reflect? Okay, nothing. I thought I heard. The illusion reflect something. You do have Ags finished. The blink fragments. Smoke up. They know where Wops is hiding. They have the Lincolns interrupt, and they get the duel. Wops dead. 2 minutes. No buybacks available for 2.5. This is a big opening for Pudding. They can send this to a game 5. Bork playing with so much fire. Buttery Greg. Stormhammer, but able to dodge it. Oh my goodness. Bork's playing out of their mind. Starting to look at going up the high ground. Mr. Fishay gonna get the duel onto the Viper, but the Hex is there from the line and the stun. We're gonna be able to protect this, and Bork is in. Another big silence blows up Mr. Fishay. They do actually finish off Shun, but has the buyback, and the Pulverize is there. Through the BKB of the Sven is gonna go down. Stuns come out, and now Bork in again. Voodoo Switcheroo is there, and the Hex. But Bork continues to chase forward. Does not jaunt through, but Stonk's controlled up, and Yuki, they hold, and then some. Shun does use the buyback, but they get the Legion Commander buyback as well, and neither support with buyback available. Sven actually the only dire buyback that they have. And suddenly this is dangerous. Suddenly it's Yuki who have the chance. It's back and forth. On this high ground, again, this game, it's been close the whole way through. Yuki are gonna start looking over towards Mega Creeps. Mr. Fishay looking to cut the wave, now looking to head their way back. Burn through their Fortify, keep the tower alive to clear out the creep wave. This tower is going down. We've got the Shard on Viper. Tearing through these barracks, they get the Mega Creeps. Now it's up towards the high ground. Can you hold? Even if Sven buys back, that's going to be the buyback used. Oh, the silence from Bork to stop the Bloodseeker from getting the initiation, but Buttery Craig's right there. 8 interrupts. Gives Bork the chance to get out. Hex up on the Sven, just giving them space to get into the base from Mr. Fishay. Gets controlled up to the Finger of Death. The Pulverized dead for 2 minutes. Stun up on Buttery Craig. The Dream Coil still available. Controlling the Sven. Bloodseeker as well. They're all dead. There's no more buybacks. GG is called. Yuki no fukushu. They take game 4. They take the grand finals. And they are your winners of We Like Dota League 2024, the Diadem Division. Wow. Oh my goodness, the execution on that final fight. Insane. Bork. Like, easiest MVP choice I could ever make. God damn, Bork was playing out of their mind in this game. That was incredible. What a performance from Yuki. They, like, putting throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs, very much the favored team here. But Yuki, they show up with these strats. They close it out. They start things off strong in that game 1. Game 2, they start to fall behind, but they pull it back in an insane 78-minute game. Looked like they might have just closed it out in 3, but putting the R in RD2L, they did not falter. They bounced back in game 3, but now Yuki closed it out in the back and forth game that until it was over, nobody could have possibly told you who was going to win that game. And what a performance. I could interview... I probably should interview some of these players. I think that would be fair to them. I think I could make it happen. I don't know if I have the brain to do an interview, though. I'm gonna be honest. I'll put it out there. I'll try to come up with something. I gotta try to remember 4 games of things that have happened. It's also like it's almost 1 a.m. here. I don't know how late it is for the various players on Yuki. So they might just want to, you know, revel in the moment for a bit and then head to bed. We'll see. We'll hang out for a little bit, but oh my god. That game was phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, huge congrats to Yuki no Fukushu. Very well earned. Incredible performance in this series. Managing to close this out. And yeah, I'm just trying, like, I mean, congrats to all of the teams in the Diadem division. Sterling was saying it earlier, like, this was an incredibly competitive bracket. I'll throw it over to the bracket animation again to talk for a bit. Like, this bracket was excellent, and all 4 of these teams played so well. Yuki very much deserved to feel very proud of themselves coming away with this grand finals victory. Very cool stuff. Huge congrats to them. I think they finished 3rd-ish. It was a little messy with the upper division last year, because the grand finals didn't end up getting played. So I'm so happy just to have had this grand finals, to have gotten to be a part of it, to do this cast. Like, huge shout out to all these teams making this happen. This was super fun to watch. I very much appreciate getting to be a part of this. Yeah, they performed well last year. They take it all home this year. Looking forward to what they might bring in the future. Because I think this team, like, they've already kind of become a staple of this league, but now firmly cementing themselves in We Like Dota League history as your 2024 Diadem winners. Again, huge congratulations. Looks like they aren't looking to do interviews, so we're going to wrap up there. Again, it's super late, so have a great rest of your night. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching us. This is the end of the Diadem bracket, but there are still 2 more grand finals to be played. The Circlet bracket and the Crown bracket still will be having their grand finals soon. Big thank you to Ape and Strilling for joining me for the previous games. Very fun having both of them. Great co-casters. Give them follows on their respective Twitch accounts. Yeah, this was a blast. Congrats again to the teams. Absolutely my pleasure to do the casts. That is where we're going to wrap up here. Keep an eye on the League Discord to see when the next matches are going to happen. I've got the link to the Discord in the chat there for you. So head on over there. Keep an eye out for when the Crown and Circlet brackets will happen. Oh, hello. We might have an interview after all.
It says interviews in the post game. I have arrived.
Hello.
Ask away, my friend. I'm an open book.
All right. Can you introduce yourself first of all?
Oh, it's your boy Bork.
Oh, what up, Bork?
Also known as the Juck.
Yeah, also known as the MVP of the 4th and final game of this series, because holy shit, your puck play in that game was absolutely insane.
I've been holding on to that one literally for the last game of the grand finals. That's my he's my 2nd most played hero, but I haven't touched it the whole tournament until that game.
Yeah, I was looking, like, during the draft, I was like, I know that you play these, like, greedy 4s. Like, you just played the Zeus. You are known for, like, the Hoodwink and getting a ton of farm on it. So, like, I see the puck pick a little earlier than you'd normally see a puck, and I'm like, maybe? But then I'm going back through the drafts, and I'm like, oh no, like, when they pick this, like, Wafts plays at mid. So they're doing a switch-up of roles, but, like, this is just going to be a mid puck, like you'd expect. And then the Viper gets locked in, and it's like, oh.
We got the real puck player in the house.
Yeah.
You know, you always fight all the time over who's the better puck in a team. Furthermore, I'd like to point out I'm an opportunistic 4, not a greedy 4. Thank you very much.
I mean, I think, like, if you are a 4-player who likes getting farm, like, the expansion to the map that we got last year, like, that's the patch for you. There's so much extra farm on the map. I think it's kind of the correct thing to do, and you know, you don't normally see it in a lot of games as, like, just becoming, you were like the 3rd highest net worth near the end of that game. I think 8's passed you right at the end again. But yeah, like,
unfortunate.
It's clearly a ton of value if you can make it work, and you make it work.
Yeah, actually, his last match, I was watching back through the cast just for fun, and I realized I'm never allowed to play Pudge ever again in the tournament, because at one point I was the lowest net worth in the game. We can't have that. No, it's a really fun series. We did a lot of planning coming in. We did a drafting session yesterday, and we decided ban Nyx every game, nothing else matters.
I have a notebook. I literally have a notebook, and at the top it's Nyx circled, and then exclamation points, arrows, highlighted.
Annihilated every time we let him have Nyx. We're like, oh, it can't be that bad, right? Oh, and then we lost.
Oh my god.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So our brilliant strategy worked out.
I love that. Also, hello, Miss Snow. Welcome.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Sorry, making sure James doesn't roast
Get down,
my
Mrs.
team.
Obama.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. So fun.
No, I've only roasted Waff so far, and that's because he deserves it.
Yeah,
it was nice. We had our old carry switch from East Coast to West Coast midway through the tournament, and then be like, "Hey, yo, can we start our matches at 11 at night?" So we got a new carry.
I see.
We just used
our boy Waff.
Same rank, so
nice.
Yeah, so what's their name? R and RD2L, cool guys. We had fun, lots of banter. I'm looking forward to watching back the cast.
Yeah, it was very fun to cast. That series had, like, everything. We got the 78-minute game. We got all of these back and forth. That, like, all of these games were so good. All of them were back and forth. All of them were close. Like,
did you like how we had our captain play Lion every single game?
I'm kind of tired.
Yeah.
I wanted to play Willow so goddamn badly, but I didn't touch her once.
I mean, your Lion performance throughout the series was incredible.
That's why we had to keep picking it.
Yeah, like, if it ain't broke. Ironically, I think your best game was game 3, which was the one game you dropped. Like, if you had won that game, you probably would have been our MVP pick for that one.
Yeah.
Because you were setting up so many fights in that game.
Yeah, no, that game was rough.
Yeah, the anti-mage pick kind of toasted us good.
Yeah, I think they were gonna pick it again, and this one, and that's why we picked it.
Yeah, it's always fun seeing the, like, draft strategies evolve throughout any series, but especially a best of 5 where it really gets the opportunity to do so. So we saw Lifestealer lose 3 games in a row, and then nobody touch it in game 4.
Yeah.
We saw like the Zeus block pick. We saw the anti-mage block pick. A lot of cool stuff. I do a lot of our draft strategies for my team, and so I love seeing all of that stuff play out.
Yeah, shout outs to my captain for drafting amidst the absolute cacophony that is our Discord call. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was tough, but I'm glad I did
so loud in there.
Did some drafting sessions for this, and that's kind of what we were doing when we got into the brackets. So, and this team is basically the only team that is like we were worried about because we lost against them a few times doing the round robins.
Yeah.
I think we beat them once in the round robins. So we knew if we made it to the finals, this is the team that we could potentially lose against. So
They're pretty good. This is the
They're
only
yeah.
match the entire tournament I showed up sober.
Yeah, we you know, since it's a we like Dota community tournament, it's just like we gotta have fun, and this is the one we were like, oh, we're a little sweaty. Oh gosh.
Yeah, I had to wipe my brow a few times. Not gonna lie,
Yeah.
not gonna lie.
Slammed my head against the desk at least twice.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I'm
Mine
looking
too.
back. You guys, they won all 4 of their group stage matches against you guys, and then you took game 2 in the upper bracket finals.
yeah.
And then nearly had the 3-0 here. Closed it out with the 3-1. It
Yeah.
was very impressive. You could tell that you guys have like taken all of those previous matches against them and used it to learn what you needed to do to beat them.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like when we came into this match, it felt like we knew what we needed to do. I don't know, James, what do you think? The previous matches we faced against them, I feel like we were a bunch of buffoons. And then
That would be correct. Yep.
this one was just like more straightforward of like this is what we need to do, and we were
Only
more
partial buffoonery this time.
yeah, partial buffoonery this time. But no, they were such a great team to face against.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was how
It
close
feels a
all
lot
of
more
those
fun when
games
the
was.
teams are evenly matched.
Yeah, for sure.
And none of those games were a stomp. Game 1 was almost a stomp, then it wasn't. So we kept throwing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But happens.
Yeah, they bounced back pretty. There was like so much back and forth in all of these games.
Yeah.
I could not believe they kept letting the primal through. That was
That's a mistake. Our boy our boy Pat, he plays Primal like hardcore, and that's his best hero. And we never lose when he's on him, even though we did lose one game with him.
after
Like,
we lost
we don't count
the
it.
game with
Yeah.
primal. We all took a shot and decided we didn't remember it, and we've never lost a game with him.
We were like, whatever, we'll move on. Oh, it's just like the way we play with our tempo. It's just such a good pick for us.
Yeah, that was like going back to game 1. We like Strilling and I. We thought our putting the R in RD2L had like by far the better draft in that game, and we were not prepared for the tempo that you guys were going to play at. Like you got a little bit of an early lead, and then just like for the most part ran away with it. They had glimmers of hope. They stalled things out for quite a while, but like Sniper as like a roaming ganking hero with this like super early ags, and just the Primal Beast setting up all of it. It was fun to watch. That was good stuff.
It was good. Yeah, we noticed that they play really high tempo, so we had to pick heroes to keep up with that. And I think that was what our mistake was in the round robins. Is that we were just getting beat so like hard and so fast early game. And this time we were able to keep up a lot more. And once we head into late game, we were doing pretty well in late game.
We definitely have a lot of trouble in the early game, but we have a really good win rate in late game because we have an opportunistic, not greedy 4.
Okay. Yeah, James, very greedy. Very greedy. He doesn't even play like a 4. Oh my gosh, he plays like a mid. And then
I bought like 5 sentries.
You should hear the bickering during the game. It's like, where's my farm? There's no farm. And it's because 4 of my teammates are farming in the same spot, so they're all fighting for farm. But no, it was good.
Yeah. Looking back at just like a quick look at some of your matches, your first match of the year against them went 55 minutes. But other than that, like, until this series, everything was 40 minutes or less against them.
Yeah.
So it feels like you guys really figured out for this series how to, like, do better in the early game, take it to the later game, and then winning 3 out of these 4 games, closing out the late game as well.
Yeah.
And, like, I would, from having not watched a ton of your games earlier, based on this series, I'd clock you guys as the, like, faster tempo, earlier timing team, because you guys were definitely playing that way throughout the series.
Yeah, we generally just give 8's boy Pat an aggressive hero and then let him just have fun. Because
Yeah.
he will run at the enemy, he will die, he will respawn, he will teleport back, and then run at the enemy.
Over and over again. Yeah, doesn't stop. And like our other heroes and other players in our team also do their parts with running with us, and we do our best we can, giving them space too.
Mhm.
Really, it's just like James, Pat, and I running at people, and then Shun joins in and Wops joins in. But man, that was long. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Anybody else tired? Jeez.
I thought I was like, Bork jumped in, and I was like about to shut off stream.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, like you could.
I just noticed the interviews.
Yeah. Because I was like, these guys are probably just tired and ready to get out of here, and I'm kind of right there with them.
West Coast.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't remember who, but there was one other West Coaster on the other enemy team.
The rest of us were like, oh, so tired, please. No more. We were like, oh, we just got to win 3 games. And then when we lost one, we're like, oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I just want to say it's a great season. I love my team. You're all great, except for Wafs. You're dumb.
Yeah, this is fun. Yeah, thank you so much for the casting. That's awesome of you guys to do that.
Absolutely. It was absolute pleasure. Like I said, very, very fun series to watch and cast.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, congrats again. Oh, do you have something else?
No, I was going to say thanks again for casting, and toodaloo, have a good night.
Absolutely, yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah, congrats again. Enjoy.
Good job.
Enjoy your victory, and have a great night.
You too. Thanks.
All right, and that is going to do it for us. For our grand finals. Thanks again, all the teams, our other casters, Ape and Strilling. Keep an eye out on the Discord for when those last 2 grand finals get scheduled. Going to be a great time. If you want to see me play against Ape, who cast with me earlier, we are going head to head in that grand finals for Crown Bracket, Drip versus Looming Fruit. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. Congrats again to Yuki. Incredible performance. Great performance by Pudding as well. And throughout the season. Great teams all around. Thank you everybody for watching. And have a great rest of your weekend.